What is up, guys? So we're back here today streaming the 7th day of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and I know we're kind of late, but I wasn't sure if I was gonna do this. But Kyle is testifying right now. Things seem to be getting a little interesting, so I thought I might as well turn it on. And eventually, if Nick does stream his rally, we'll switch over to that, or either that or I'll start a completely new stream. It depends. But let's just turn this up right now and listen into what's going on.
Dominic Black to buy for you.
Also, let me know if you could hear all right. So, if not, I'll turn the volume up a little bit.
Some other type of rifle.
I cannot legally possess or carry a pistol because I'm not 18 in Wisconsin. I believe it's 18 in Wisconsin for a pistol. But with the rifle, I knew I could possess that rifle. I knew I couldn't buy it, but I knew I could take it to the shooting range or possess it. And with shotguns, they didn't have any shotguns in stock. That was my original plan, to get a shotgun for trap shooting, but there weren't any at that Lady Smith store, and I didn't want to go to Walmart and buy one.
So your understanding at that time was that Wisconsin law prohibited you as a 17-year-old from possessing a pistol, but you could have an AR-15?
Yes.
What was that understanding based on?
The understanding was based on when we would go up north. It was me, Dominic, and my sister, and we were allowed to carry the rifles around, and the officers over there said it was fine.
I'm going to move to strike as hearsay. What officers would have told
you
me.
asked the question on what the source of his knowledge was. It's not admissible, and none of this is, frankly, and that's why I interrupted before.
I'm pretty sure that's actually true in some places. What he just said, so
what the district attorney believes,
I'm not sure about that state, but
what the defense believes the law to be.
I know in certain places,
irrelevant.
you gotta be 21 for like a handgun, but you could buy or own like a rifle when you're 18. So
Possession of a firearm by a person under 18, and that'll be the source of your knowledge. I'm allowing the testimony right now because it bears on. There's an old maxim under the law: ignorantia juris non excusat. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Ignorance of the criminal law is not an excuse. If you commit a criminal act, whether you knew it was criminal or not, you're responsible for your conduct, and because you're responsible to know the law. It's not relevant, except in this case, there are specific issues about his awareness and knowledge about certain conduct that is relevant on some issues. So it's quite complicated. Hopefully it'll sort out when I instruct you at the end. But that's why I'm allowing the questions and the answers, but do not be confused about anything that these people say is not necessarily accurate as to the state of Wisconsin law. Any question about that? Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
So you're telling us that the reason that you wanted Dominic to buy you an AR-15 as opposed to a pistol is the only reason was because you felt you couldn't lawfully possess a pistol?
Correct.
You didn't pick out the AR-15 for any other reason?
I thought it looked cool, but no.
You didn't pick it out because you wanted to go hunting with it, did you?
No.
You didn't pick it out because you were going to use it to protect your house, correct?
Correct.
You picked it out because it looked cool.
I thought it looked cool.
2 says up the volume a little bit. All my volume bars are maxed out. Don't blast it 500%, but give it at least 30. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I said at the beginning if it was fine, because this is a different stream that I'm using
But I believe there's a variety
than last stream, and last stream it was fine. But
shotguns, pistols. There's guns.
let me know if it's good now. I turned it up a little bit.
Isn't it true when you would hang out with Dominic Black, you'd play Call of Duty and other first-person shooter video games?
Sometimes.
And those in which you use weapons like AR-15s to pretty much shoot.
Dude, this guy's really bringing up video games right now. That's like the boomer argument right there.
Where two players are playing together. I don't understand the meaning of your question, to be honest.
Isn't one of the things people do in these video games try and kill everyone else with your guns?
Yeah, in the video game, it's just a video game. It's not real life.
Now, you introduced yourself as living in Walworth County right now. Is that
Yes.
right? On the date that this all happened, you were an Illinois resident?
Correct.
You had grown up in Illinois?
Correct.
You had not spent any significant time living here in Wisconsin, correct?
No.
You'd agree with me that's correct?
No, I'd spent time at my father's house and partially live here also, so no, that's not correct.
You indicated you had attended, was it Penn Foster High School?
Yes.
That's an online high school?
Correct.
So you were not attending high school in person?
No.
And at the time that all of the things in this case were happening, from the time the AR-15 was purchased to the night of August 25th, you were 17 years old that entire time, correct?
Correct.
Could we have exhibit number 7 up, please?
All right, I turned down the mic volume, so should be better now. My bad, guys. I literally just did this like really quickly right now.
I put exhibit
I don't
number
want to miss
7
too
up on the
much.
screen. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's my old TikTok account.
That was a TikTok account that you had during the summer of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And it says your name on there, Kyle?
Yes.
Your username on TikTok was 4 Doors More Whores?
Yes.
And that's a picture of you there with your AR-15, correct?
Yes.
And underneath that, you have put on your profile the phrase, bruh, B-R-U-H, I'm just trying, T-R-Y-N-A, be famous. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're the one who wrote that.
Yes.
You testified that at some point you were involved in some sort of EMT cadet program.
I was a firefighter EMT cadet at Antioch Fire Department.
When was that?
Yeah, the AF rally's today at 1, so a little less than an hour. I'm not sure
I
if he's
was
gonna
a
stream it, but if he is,
I
I'm
was a
gonna
cadet
put it
at
on
the
here
Antioch
too.
Fire
So
Department, I believe from 2018 or 2019 up until the incident of August 25th.
An EMT cadet is someone who's just beginning the process of eventually achieving full EMT certification. Is that correct?
No.
Were you studying to be an EMT before August 25th, 2020?
I was learning about certain things in the field of firefighting and EMS.
But that's not actually formal classes, is it?
No, we met once a week, and we would either, depending on the day, we would either do EMT stuff like learning how to do airways, or we do firefighter stuff like doing hose drags and learning how to crawl through buildings.
And these are things that you did with the, which firefighter? Antioch Fire?
Antioch Fire Department.
You weren't a member of the fire department, were you?
I was.
You were a actual on-duty member on the roster of the Antioch Fire Department?
No.
So when you say you're a member, what do you mean?
I was a member of the Antioch Fire Cadet Program. We were issued shirts, Antioch Fire Cadet member. We would help with the pancake breakfast at the VFWs, and we would wear Antioch Fire Department staff shirts. I still have one in my closet.
And maybe I didn't express myself clearly. You were not a member of the Antioch Fire Department, correct?
I was a member of the cadet program, which was through the fire department.
So you'd go out and fight fires?
We can go on ride-alongs, but we can't go into burning buildings for liability reasons.
You'd go out there and you'd save people from burning buildings?
Not me personally.
Because as a cadet, they would never let you anywhere near that, right?
They wouldn't let any of the cadets go into an actual live fire.
At the end of whatever this program is, you weren't actually going to be an official firefighter, were you?
No, it's to help prepare you for the firefighter academy, firefighter EMT academy.
And you weren't going to be an EMT at the end of this program either, were you?
No.
You know that to be an EMT, you have to be 18 and a high school graduate, correct?
Depending on the state, in Illinois, you can take a class at the college at 16, and you can have your EMT license by the age of 17. I wasn't in that class, but in Illinois, you can.
You never did any of that.
No, I was online school.
The night of August 25th, you're here in Kenosha, Wisconsin, saying you're an EMT, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
You were also telling people you were 18 or 19 years old. That was a lie too, right?
No, I didn't tell anybody my age that night.
You never volunteered it at all, did you?
I didn't.
Because you knew as a 17-year-old you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, I just didn't find it relevant to give my name. Well, I gave my name, but my age to anybody. It wasn't something that came up in conversation.
It's because you felt if people found out how old you were, they'd realize you shouldn't have been there, right?
No, it just because it didn't come up in conversation. If somebody would have asked, I would have been like, yeah, I'm 17.
So you felt that as a 17-year-old, it was appropriate for you to be out on the streets of Kenosha with an AR-15 that night. Fair?
I believe I had any other right to be there as anybody else.
As any other adult.
As anybody.
But you weren't an adult.
No.
You indicated that you were working at the Recplex and had been working at the Y before that. Is that right?
Yes.
That was a YMCA down in Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you had gotten furloughed there when COVID hit in March?
Yes.
And you had only started working at the Recplex on August 14th, correct?
I believe I got hired before that, but I was on vacation on August 14th, so I couldn't. I was on vacation, so I couldn't start until August 14th.
Your first time working at the Recplex was on August 14th, correct?
I believe that was my first day.
And then you worked the week after that from August 17th to August 23rd, correct?
I believe so. Till August 24th, I worked.
And then your final shift was on August 24th, correct?
Yes.
You worked a total of 41 and a half hours at the Recplex, correct?
That's the number you got?
And you were a lifeguard.
Yes.
You were walking around their swim area with one of those red, long, life-saving things, monitoring the pool,
A
correct?
rescue tube, yes.
Okay. So, but that was at the indoor pool at the Recplex?
It was at the indoor. It was at the. I don't know if you're familiar with the Recplex.
I am.
I guarded the water park area and the competition pool.
Okay. So they've got a water park area with a slide and a zero-entry pool. Is that right?
Yes.
And then next to that, they've got a larger, almost Olympic-sized pool where swim meets happen.
50-meter competition pool divided in half to make it a 25.
Okay, and you were lifeguarding at both of those.
I would rotate. We had rotations, and me and other guards, we would do we had 3-person shifts. We would rotate out watching the different areas of our zones.
You indicated that at no time did this gun, this AR-15, ever leave the state of Wisconsin. Is that right?
Other than the night after, other than that.
Before the shootings.
Correct.
There was a time, though, where you wanted to have it with you down in Illinois, isn't it? It wasn't there?
I believe there was a time when me and Dominic were mad at each other. Yeah.
You were mad at Dominic?
Me and Dominic were mad over something.
And you wanted to have the gun with you down there?
I think I said something along those lines.
You'd agree with me that let me back up for a second here. You have testified to this jury that you used deadly force against Joseph Rosenbaum, Anthony Huber, the man who attempted to kick you in the face, and Gage Grosskreutz on the night of August 25th, correct?
Yes.
And you did that because you felt that your life was in danger from those 4 people, correct?
Yes.
And you are telling this jury that it was, in your mind, justified to use deadly force to protect your own life, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Well, I wasn't using deadly force to protect the property. I used deadly force to protect myself, so.
Please listen to my question and answer my question if you can. You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to protect that CarSource building, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that you were not allowed to use deadly force to stop someone from smashing the windows of an unoccupied parked car, correct?
I don't think you could use deadly force for that.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a metal dumpster on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from tipping over a porta potty, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting a flatbed trailer on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone who is about to start an unoccupied car on fire, correct?
Correct.
You'd agree with me that you can't use deadly force to stop someone from lighting some traffic cones in the middle of the street on fire, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that there's a difference between using deadly force to protect yourself and using it to protect property, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that you're not allowed to use deadly force to protect property, correct?
Yes.
But yet you have previously indicated that you wished you had your AR-15 to protect someone's property, correct?
I'm going to ask you to go into the library again for a moment, please. Please don't talk about the case.
All right, let's see how long this takes. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be too long. Ash Ketchum says, "Go Kyle." Yeah, it's looking kind of good for him. 2 number 9 says, "I'm gonna head out for family dinner. Wish you glorious leader. Xi Jinping destroys the CIA glowies with the powerful visible hand of the government." Wow.
Forgetting
That's
court's
one
rulings
statement right there.
or attempting to
Oh, shit.
provoke a mistrial in this matter. He knows he can't go into this, and he's asking the questions. I asked the court to strongly admonish him, and the next time it happens, I'll be asking for a mistrial with prejudice. He's an experienced attorney, and he knows better.
Mr. Finger?
First of all, Your Honor, this was the subject of a motion. I'm well aware of that. And the court left the door open.
For me, not for you.
My understanding of
You
your...
should have come and
Damn.
asked for reconsideration. You did on the one motion, and in fact, I granted your motion for reconsideration.
That was not our motion.
Excuse me. I did. I granted.
We did not move
That
to
was
reconsider.
their motion.
We have not filed
forgive
any
me.
motions to reconsider
Forgive
in
me.
this case.
That was their motion for reconsideration, which I denied. But I said I denied it, or I indicated a bias towards denial is what I did. Held it open with a bias towards denial. Why would you think that that made it okay for you, without any advance notice, to bring this matter before the jury? I was astonished when you began your examination by commenting on the defendant's post-arrest silence. That's basic law. It's been basic law in this country for 40 years, 50 years. I have no idea why you would do something like that. And it gives, I'll leave it at that. So I don't know what you're up to.
May I respond?
Yes.
We filed an other acts motion on this exact issue because, in my mind, and I argued this, it is identical to what was going on the night of August 25th, in the sense that the defendant was using this exact same weapon. He was using it in a manner to try and protect property.
No, he wasn't.
There's, Your Honor, with all due respect,
I'm not going to rehash the motion. That's absolutely untrue. No. Your arguments of record, my comments are of record, and why I ruled as I did is of record. There's nothing that I heard in this trial to suggest anything's changed, even if you're correct in your assumption that you know more than I did at the time. You should have come to the court and say, I want to go into this. Why you would think that you could go into it without any advance notice to the court, I don't understand that. And as the defense is pointing out, you're an experienced trial lawyer, and this should not have been gone into.
Your Honor, there have been things in this case, testimony in this case, that I believe opens the door to this. For example, the defense has introduced evidence that the defendant pointed a gun at a man wearing yellow pants because that person was on a car, on the car source lot. Now, there's no justification that I can think of why the defendant would point that gun at someone. The defendant has just testified this morning that he agreed with that person in the yellow pants, that he pointed the gun at him. He said, I was joking when I said that to the guy in the yellow pants, but he said, he's acknowledged that he told the person in the yellow pants, yeah, you're right. I did point a gun at you when you were sitting on a car.
He said, I did. That's what he
Exactly.
testified.
So he's agreeing. May I finish, please? I'd like to have a chance to make a record if I could, without being interrupted, if that's okay.
Dude, this guy is such a clown, bro.
He has mentioned that he's
Holy
acknowledged
crap.
that he's used this gun to protect property. He's also just acknowledged that he knows he can't do that. I am attempting to impeach him now with the prior August 10th incident, 15 days prior, involving the same gun, where he is threatening to use that gun to protect property.
He didn't have the gun with him.
Your Honor, he is saying he wished he did so he could shoot people.
You know, there's a lot of difference between commenting about something when you haven't got a gun and threatening someone when you do.
You know, it's interesting, Your Honor, because the entire defense theory in this case is Joseph Rosenbaum, who was unarmed.
I want you to tell me what the defense theory of the case is. I want.
May I respond to what you just said, Your Honor? I'd like to respond to what you just said.
Slow down, please.
I apologize, Madam Court Reporter, but I'd like to try and make a record without anyone interrupting me, if that's okay. I believe that there is a central part of this case that Mr. Rosenbaum is making threats that he has no ability to carry out. So, to your point, Your Honor, you're arguing that this August 10th incident, one aspect of why you don't believe it's relevant is the defendant didn't have the gun with him. This case is about someone who didn't have a weapon, and yet the jury is being told because of those threats, that means the defendant has to defend himself. So, with all due respect, Your Honor, mere verbal threats have already been shown to this jury and used as a basis for someone's subsequent actions. I am attempting, with the defendant, to use his mere verbal threat on August 10th, 15 days prior, that he's going to shoot shoplifters with his AR-15 to impeach the defendant in a murder trial. I would ask the court's forbearance to do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You're right. I probably should have brought this to your attention earlier. I may have misunderstood your ruling, because I thought your ruling was if the evidence in this case made that more relevant, you would admit it or at least consider it it's an admittance. I believe, based on the evidence that we've heard, and more specifically exactly what the defendant said earlier about admitting pointing a gun at someone who was merely jumping or sitting on a car, that the door is open now to this testimony. And I continue to believe that his state of mind, his intent, his belief as to self-defense is the core of this case. That was the basis for my motion. You were strongly inclined against it. I understand that. But now we're in the middle of trial, and there's been a lot of evidence that's come in that I think makes this relevant. So I'm attempting to impeach the defendant on his beliefs. I believe I'm entitled to impeach the defendant on his beliefs and on his statements.
I'm going to interrupt you now because you're talking about his beliefs. I think that's what they call
his statements to, Your Honor. Because he just said, can't use deadly force, can't threaten to use deadly force to protect property. So now I'm impeaching him on that.
Your Honor, the court has seen no reason to change its ruling. And just so this record is clear, in spite of the lengthy statement by Mr. Binger, Before we started today, the court specifically stated in Mr. Binger's presence, there's been nothing to have me change any of my rulings. There have been numerous occasions during this trial where they've opened the door. The one time when they're going into Mr. Rosenbaum's prior, the reason he doesn't like guns, and I said something, I whispered in Mr. Krause's ear, it's because of the prior convictions. Please stop, and he did. He knows if you're going to go into something that's been excluded in a pretrial order, you better ask the court, you better get permission. This is ridiculous.
It wasn't excluded, Your Honor.
You know why it was excluded in the first place? Because it was propensity evidence. That is exactly what 90404 is designed to prevent. You're talking about his attitudes. His attitude is he wants to shoot people. Now, I've admitted that kind of evidence in other trials when it's been appropriate. I didn't admit it in this case because, to me, what I've heard in this trial, and by the way, Mr. Richards absolutely correctly points out that just hours ago, I said I had heard nothing in this trial to change any of my rulings. So why?
Testimony, Your Honor.
Pardon me?
That was before the
Don't
defense testimony.
get brazen with me.
Yo, this guy's getting fucked so hard right
You
now.
knew very well.
Oh my
You
God, man.
know very
This is-
well that an attorney can't go into these types of areas when the judge has already ruled
pretty
without
fun.
asking outside the presence of the jury to do so. So don't give me that. That's number one. Number two, this is propensity evidence. I said at the time that I made my ruling, and I'll repeat again now for you, I see no similarity between talking about wishing you had your AR gun, which you don't have, so that you could fire rounds at these thought to be shoplifters, and the incidents in these cases, which are not, there's nothing in your case that suggests the defendant was lying in wait to shoot at somebody or reflecting upon the shooting for a vast amount of time. Every one of the incidents involves matters that involve seconds in time. So I commented at the time, I don't see the similarity, and I don't see the similarity now. If it's not similar, that's the whole rule. Those are all the exceptions to 90404. Check the authorities, Wigmore and evidence, Judge Weinstein, Colonel McCormick. It's the prior act has to bear the signature of the accused, or it has to be so similar as to suggest it's a common plan or something like that. You have an incident where he's making comments about some alleged shoplifters versus crimes that involve instantaneous actions, whether premeditated murder or whether self-defense. That's for the jury to decide. But I don't see the similarity. I said it couldn't come in, and it isn't coming in, no matter what you think. Number two, I have to be concerned that with what Mr. Richards has said about the progress of the trial, and when you were I said you were over the line, close to or over the line on commenting on the defendant's pretrial silence, which is a well-known rule. I'm astonished that would have been an issue. So I don't want to have another issue as long as this case continues. Is that clear?
It is.
Thank you. Ask the jury to come back in, please.
All right, so things are definitely getting a bit interesting now. I know yesterday I thought it was interesting, but now it's getting a little bit more entertaining. I'm all for free speech, but saying this wasn't self-defense should be illegal. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely like a lot of people out there that still think it wasn't self defense, which I don't see how anybody with a reasonable mind can think that. Ash Ketchum says, "I'm gonna go to shower. I'll be back for the rally." All right, bro. I'll see you.
All right, folks, the objection has been sustained. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Judge. So, I want to turn your attention to the day of August 25th, 2020.
Okay.
You had spent the night at Dominic Black's house, is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that you had worked at the Recplex the night before, is that right?
The 24th, correct.
Okay. And you worked until about 7 p.m.?
I couldn't give you an exact time, but I'd say I got off around between 6 and 7. I don't recall. It's been a while.
And then you drove your car over to Dominic's house?
Yes.
Okay, so the rest of the time it seems like you're being driven around in Mr. Black's car. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why did you guys use his instead of yours, if you know?
At the time, I didn't have a driver's license, and I would drive just to get to work and sometimes to go to Dominic's dad's house.
So even though you didn't have a driver's license, you drove from your home in Antioch to the Recplex to work that day?
Yes, to be able to get to work.
And then after work, you drove without a driver's license to Dominic Black's house?
Yes.
So I assume then on the week prior to that, when you drive yourself to work, that was also without a driver's license?
Objection to this.
What's going on?
I'll move on. So you drove to Mr. Black's house, you left your car there,
Yes.
and you spent the night at his house.
Yes.
And then the next day, you guys woke up at some point and came down to Ruther. Is that right?
We spent the night at his house and had dinner, woke up in the morning, had breakfast. We were going through I was on social media and we saw the damage and we saw the car store, so we decided to go downtown.
And you came down in Dominic's car.
Correct.
And you said that there was a time in which you were cleaning graffiti at Ruther.
Yes.
And then at some point, I believe you said, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the timeline here, that you went to one of the car sources and encountered the owners, Sam or Sal or whoever they are, correct?
Yes.
Which of the car source locations was that?
It was the car source right here.
And that's the one at the northeast corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Correct.
And that's the one that had gotten totally burned out on one of the previous nights?
Yes, that was the one where everything was destroyed. The other car sources still had cars there, so.
Now, before that, had you ever worked at Car Source before?
I have not.
Had you ever bought a car there before?
I have not.
Had you ever even heard of Car Source before all that?
Yes.
Through Dominic?
Well, no. I would drive past it on a daily basis. I was in Kenosha almost every day, and I drive down Sheridan Road almost every day.
Okay. So you saw the business along with the churches and the Ultimate Gas Station and the courthouse and everything else in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to these owners yourself?
Me and Dominic did.
And did they ask you to come protect the property?
They didn't ask me.
Directly?
They didn't ask me directly. They asked Nick Smith.
Okay. And was Nick Smith around for that at that moment?
He wasn't there when me and Dominic were talking to them.
Did you ever personally witness any of these Car Source folks, Sal or Sam or any of the folks that were running that business, did you ever personally witness them ask Nick Smith to guard any of their properties?
No.
Did you ever witness any of them ask anyone to guard any of their properties?
Not that I can recall.
What time, if you recall, did you find out that they'd asked Nick Smith?
I believe I said in my direct examination between 3:15 and 3:30.
And that was shortly after you had sent a text to Sam, right?
Correct.
And you texted him and asked him if you could protect his business that night, correct?
I did.
And in that text you said, "I'm more than willing and will be armed," correct?
Yes.
you meant you'd be armed with your AR-15?
Yes.
And you said that me and my brother would both be there armed, correct?
Yes.
By your brother, you meant Dominic?
Yes.
He's obviously not legally your brother.
No.
And you said in the text, I just need address. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Why did you need the address of a location you'd already been to?
I just wanted to like pinpoint it on the Google Maps because GPS, because with all the roads were closed down in Kenosha. I just wanted to know the best route to drive there with Dominic.
But you just told us that you drove past here every day up and down Sheridan. Why did you need GPS to help you find a place that you drive past every day?
The roads weren't closed when I drove past them every day.
But you still knew where you were going, right?
Sort of, but with like the back roads.
Okay, so let's talk about the roads being closed. What do you mean by that?
Well, Sheridan Road was closed off, and I'm trying to remember. I don't think there are a lot of roads closed off. I couldn't tell you exactly their names right now.
Was that because there was construction going on?
No, they were closed off because of the riots.
They were closed off to keep people out of the area, right?
Yes.
And you knew there was a curfew that night, right?
I believe I got an emergency alert text at around 8 p.m.
Just like everybody else, saying, stay off the streets.
I'm sorry.
Objection. There's no curfew charge.
It's still relevant to his decision making. Just like everybody else, you got a message saying, get off the streets at 8 o'clock that night, right?
Yes.
And despite that message, you came down, correct?
I was already in Kenosha downtown when I got that message.
Once you got that message, you didn't decide, I'm going to leave and go home like I'm supposed to, correct?
I stayed at the car source.
And you knew that there was this curfew in place that meant you shouldn't be there anymore, correct?
There were, I'd say, hundreds, if not thousands, of other people there that night that also got the same message.
So if they're all breaking the law, you can too?
I don't think the curfew was really being enforced.
So if a law is not being enforced, you can disregard it?
Your Honor.
It's argumentative.
You said that there was a time in which Nick Smith asked you guys to drive him down to Chicago
Correct.
to buy a piece of body armor
Correct.
down by O'Hare.
Correct.
And you guys were willing to do that at first.
Dominic was willing to do it. It was more of Dominic's thing because Nick Smith was going to throw in like $20 to Dominic when he bought it for like gas.
So Nick Smith was going to pay $20 for the gas to drive down to O'Hare where Nick Smith was planning on buying this body armor.
Yes.
And he needed that body, or the idea was the body armor would be used that night, correct?
I believe so.
That's why there was some urgency about going down right away, right?
Yeah.
This was part of the plan to come down to downtown that night, right?
He wanted to go to O'Hare to buy the body armor, so yes.
Do you understand my question?
Can you rephrase
Sure,
it? Yeah,
absolutely.
like-
The urgency to get that body armor that day was because he needed it for that night, right?
well, I wouldn't say he needed it, but he wanted it.
And instead of making the drive, you gave that your own body armor to Nicholas Smith.
Correct.
You had it along with you.
Yes.
You brought it along with you that day because you thought you might need it yourself that night, correct?
No, I kept it in my trunk of the car. I always had it.
You drive around with body armor in the trunk of your car regularly?
Well, it was just in the back of my trunk. I never really took it out.
And you said at some point that day you went to Jelinski's. That's the hunting goods, fishing store out on Highway 31 and 52nd Street to buy a couple of slings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this was one sling for you and one for Dominic, right?
Yes.
And you
All right,
bought
guys.
2 of the identical
The
type of
Nick rally should be
sling,
starting
correct?
soon,
Yes,
so I'll
the
switch it over
cheapest-
to that
The cheapest ones they
in
had.
And that's
around
a
1
single
o'clock. I don't
point
think it's
sling, meaning
gonna
it
start
attaches
exactly
to the
on
gun
time.
in
but-
one location, correct?
Yes.
And then it wraps around your body, correct?
Yes.
And it's designed to help you retain possession of that weapon, correct?
You'd probably know more about them than I do. I just got it to hold the rifle, so when I'm doing medical aid, I don't have to sit on the ground and have to worry about it being stolen.
Because you realize that you couldn't have that gun on you while you're doing any sort of medical aid, correct?
I knew that I couldn't, without a sling, have it on me. That's why I got the sling, so I could have my hands free.
But even when you had the sling, there was a time in which you took off your entire gun apparatus and handed it to Joanne Fiedler because it was in the way of you trying to treat someone, right?
At that instance, yes, because it was hitting the ground. The rifle was hitting the ground. When I bought it, that was the purpose of it. I don't think it really worked, now that I think of it.
This big, long AR-15 really got in the way whenever you tried to help someone, right?
Sometimes,
If you had a handgun, for example, it would have been physically more easy for you to try and treat someone. Fair?
if I could have legally carried a handgun, I would have carried a handgun instead of a pistol. I mean, instead of a rifle.
You grabbed some medical supplies from Dominic Black's house before you came downtown that night, correct?
I grabbed extra gauze, but that's about it.
You testified earlier that your AR-15 was loaded with 30 rounds of ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did that ammunition come from?
That was from our last trip up north, from May, the time we took it up north.
So when the gun was left at Dominic Black's house, it had that ammunition with it?
Yeah, the ammo was in a box, in a magazine, I don't really know.
When you were at Dominic Black's house on August 25th, you found that AR-15 downstairs in his basement, correct?
No.
Where did you find it at?
It was downstairs in the basement, but I was told by Dominic Black, hey, go downstairs, grab your rifle.
So you knew up until that point that rifle was being stored in a gun safe in the garage, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't have the code or any access to that gun safe, correct?
I did not.
It just happened that on this particular day, Dominic Black's stepfather had moved that gun into the house, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know that beforehand?
I didn't.
You didn't know that it had been taken out of the safe?
No.
And so you went downstairs and grabbed it.
After instructed to do so by Dominic, I did.
And it had that magazine?
After I was instructed to do so. After I was instructed to do so by Dominic, I did go downstairs and grab it.
And it had the magazine already inserted in the rifle?
It did.
And the magazine was already loaded with 30 rounds.
I believe so.
When did you chamber a round?
I don't know if I ever did.
Well, you had to have to fire the gun, right?
Yeah, I think it was already chambered when I got it. That's what I remember. I don't remember racking it at all that night.
Because the way this type of gun works is that you have to have a magazine with ammo in it. You have to insert the magazine into the gun, and then you have to rack it to load one of those rounds into the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And you were familiar with how to do all of that, correct?
Yes.
And it can't discharge a bullet unless a bullet is racked into the chamber, correct?
Correct.
And so your testimony here, as best you can recall, is that you never had to do the initial racking because the bullet was already in the chamber when you took possession of it that day. Is that fair to say?
I believe so. I believe that it was already racked.
And the ammunition that was in that was full metal jacket ammunition, correct?
223 full metal jacket.
223 being the caliber,
Yes.
and full metal jacket being the type of casing, correct?
Yes. Full Metal Jacket is the bullet type.
The bullet type. Okay, I apologize. And you're aware there are different types of bullets, like hollow point bullets, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were in the process of purchasing this gun, well, let me back up for a second. You said that the 30 rounds of ammo were left over from previous. I assume you mean when you were up in Ladysmith?
Yes.
And you were practicing with the gun up there?
Yes.
And Dominic Black's family has some sort of firing range or shooting range up there, is that right?
They have a gravel pit where it's safe to shoot.
And you and Dominic would practice with your AR-15s shooting at targets in that gravel pit, correct?
Correct.
And you would shoot at targets as far as, 75 yards away?
No.
How close were the targets?
I think the furthest I ever got was maybe from me to the TV.
You didn't shoot at any targets farther away than that?
No.
Dominic Black testified that he shot at targets 75 yards away. Did you see him do that?
I didn't, but I don't know what Dominic Black saw or what Dominic Black was shooting at. I wasn't with him when he did that.
But you were aware of the fact that the AR-15 was capable of hitting targets much further away than you to the TV, correct?
I believe so.
Did you know the capabilities of your own weapon?
I knew that it could shoot, and I believe from a distance. I don't know how far. I'm not an expert on AR-15s.
Did you personally purchase that .223 Full Metal Jacket ammunition?
I did not.
Who did?
Dominic did.
Did you ask him to purchase it?
I did not.
So you didn't know what type of ammo was in that gun. Is that right?
I knew they were 223 Full Metal Jackets. The first time I shot it, I had to load it into the magazine.
So you knew the type of round, but you didn't know what those rounds were capable of doing. Is that fair to say?
Believe a bullet's a bullet.
As you sit here today, you know that there are different types of bullets, right?
Yes.
You know that hollow point bullets, for example, do different things to a animal or a human than Full Metal Jacket bullets, correct?
Yeah. Full Metal Jacket is a defense round, like another type of defense round. I know people use Full Metal Jacket for hunting, and hollow point is something that causes more damage.
Hollow point bullets are designed to hit the animal that they're being shot at, let's say a deer, for example, and explode inside that body, correct?
No, I don't think so.
When you say explode, are you saying expand or explode? Because there are such things as exploding bullets.
Sure. Let me rephrase. Mr. Rittenhouse, what is your understanding of what a hollow point bullet would do if it were shot at, say, a deer?
I don't think people use hollow point.
That wasn't my question, sir. What is your understanding of what that bullet would do? Let me rephrase it then, because you're aware that people use hollow point bullets in their pistols to defend themselves against other people, correct?
Yes.
Ryan Balch, for example, testified in this trial that he was carrying a pistol loaded with hollow point ammunition for self-defense. Do you remember that testimony?
I do.
So what is your understanding, if you have one, as to what hollow point ammunition would do to a human?
I believe it would do the same thing as any other bullet. Like I said, a bullet's a bullet. I just believe hollow points... I'm sorry, I don't know much about ammo. I'm trying to think of what I remember, but I just don't know much about ammo.
So you didn't know the difference between what a Full Metal Jacket bullet would do versus a hollow point, right?
I believe a hollow point I just don't know much about this. I believe a hollow point would cause more damage
to the first target, but it wouldn't continue through to any other targets, right?
I don't know the answer
Whereas
to
a
that.
Full Metal Jacket bullet is specifically designed to continue through its first target and keep flying, correct?
you know, first of all, the hollow point is not guaranteed to stay in the first object struck, which is, so what you said was not correct. Secondly,
There's no testimony on that, Your Honor.
no, but you've been testifying, and that's what Mr. We're going to take a break for lunch.
Dude, I love how this
Please
guy's
don't,
been getting
talk about the
destroyed,
case.
man.
Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. We'll see you, let's hope, at about 12:45.
All right, so they're gonna take a break.
I've got a couple of hearings.
So I guess now would probably be.
Let's say 1 o'clock. I apologize for taking time away from you.
So I guess now would probably be a good time to switch over to Nick's rally if that's what you guys want to see. I don't know. It looks like it's not even starting yet, even though it should start at 1 o'clock. Bruce Gottschalter says Judge Zagroiper. It seems like it so far. Honestly, I'm surprised. I didn't think he was I mean, I didn't expect that from him. All right, so this is probably gonna take a while, and I'm looking for the Nick rally right now so I can switch over. All right, here it is. Doesn't seem like there's too much going on here, but I think Woo's is feeding some turkeys right now.
Yo! That's crazy. You guys ever seen nothing like that?
Marcus says Kyle is screwed. I don't know how you think that, because to be honest, it's been looking pretty good for him so far. And like throughout the whole thing, I don't know about you, but Ash Ketchum says, "Yo, it's Jeremiah. He's my friend." Yeah, he plays on Avcraft and stuff. So
He's wiping his face off. What's up? Guys, Spexo lost like 200 pounds.
all right, this one's probably better. All right, it's 101. The rally was scheduled for now, so I'm assuming it wouldn't be too long. Guess meanwhile we'll watch what's going on with these turkeys over here. Rat says, "Good morning, yo, what's up, bro?"
You know what I gotta do? I gotta throw it right in front of me. Thank you.
Hey Wuzu, stop the vax, fuck the Stasi police, niggers, nigger.
I don't want to get my my channel banned.
That's a
So
patriot and should be given the Medal of Honor, nigger.
I agree.
This stupid fucking justice, all fucking righteous fucking
God damn. This shit is loud. Nick just alright, I'm gonna mute that for a sec. Nick just said on Telegram, we will be arriving to Staten Island University Hospital shortly, so he'll be here soon. Might as well read out. He sent us other messages now. He said, watch out for Antifa journalists. If you don't want your face doxxed, like with all public events, recommend you wear a mask. Alright, let's see if the song's over. Dude, I really hate when people send songs. I'm not gonna lie.
So there are gonna be like 1 million people here or like 50 people here? What do we think, guys? Scam, how did I scam?
Nick also said earlier, we're expecting large police presence. Don't be alarmed if they're there to protect the rally and to ensure our safety.
I'm independent media. I got a text message.
Barry Stan says, do you think Nick's close association with IP2 is good for AF? I don't really know.
Congratulate the Taliban.
I don't really have much opinions
forces
on that,
of homosexuality.
That's crazy.
Obviously, some of the stuff, stupid stuff they get involved in is kind of,
I'm on
I wouldn't say it's
TV.
beneficial or anything, but
Yeah.
it's whatever, really.
Just... Are you independent media or regular media?
Independent.
Okay. Fake news or real news?
Whatever you see, that's it.
This is one of the best videographers in America.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
Truly one of the best.
I'm John.
Congratulations.
What's your name?
I'm Woozer.
What's the name?
Woozer.
Woozer.
Independent media.
Nice.
Citizen journalist.
Are you on YouTube?
Filmmaker. Movie star. Celebrity. YouTuber.
Yeah.
But I got banned, so I'm on the second channel.
Yeah, YouTube shit. I'm trying to get on. I got starting a channel on Rockfin.
If you're one of the best, we gotta get you on Cozy TV.
Oh yeah, I never heard of that.
It's a proprietary streaming platform. No censorship, freedom of speech.
Yeah, it's important, especially now.
Oh yeah. How about this one?
Is that the real media?
Ask him.
What's up, dude? Are you working for the news? Yeah, independent. Wow, what type of media?
What is this? I can't go through.
Clearly they don't want freedom. Yeah, I mean, there's really no other way to be free except be aggressively free.
Come on, New York! If you don't want it, you don't gotta get it. Let's go!
Is that everybody there right now?
How about this one?
It doesn't look like there's too much people.
Freedom! How about these people? Hey, freedom! Freedom, let's go, Patriots! All right! Freedom! Hey!
Freedom?
Freedom! Freedom!
Hunk if you hate communism. Do you hate communism, sir?
Hey!
Sir,
Hey, freedom!
if you hate communism. Okay, you hate, all right, he didn't hunk, but he does hate communism, so I guess that's a win.
Do you support freedom or communism? Or
Barry
the
Stan
racist
says, for fuck's
police?
sake, embarrassing turnout. Yeah, I mean, from what I
What's
can see
up?
here, I don't know if there's other people
Oh, he gave me a thumbs up. Let's go. New York was screaming F.
somewhere
Joe Biden
else,
during
but
the
if this is
Usman
it,
fight.
that's
Let's
kind of not so good.
go. All right.
Yeah, not a big turnout.
Yo,
I was
we're out
trying to
here
get my
supporting
friend from New
medical
York City to
freedom.
go. Nick
If you
better
don't
have
want to
50
get a
people with
vaccine,
him.
you don't have to get it. It's not up for them
I
to
don't know,
decide.
I expect
You are
way
not
more
the
people,
property
to
of
be
the
honest,
United
because I know,
States.
obviously, New
You
York
are
is a
free and
very
an
liberal
American.
place, but there's definitely
Yeah,
a lot of
let's
conservatives out there
go!
too. Definitely enough to have a decent turnout.
communism is
Yo,
same
this
as
one coming up.
socialism.
This one right here.
This one
He
right
loves
here.
freedom.
This one right here, guys. Let's go! Yo, freedom.
Oh no, no.
Hey.
She hates freedom.
What?
She
That's
hates freedom.
That's a Democrat.
That is definitely not the freedom-loving American. Fucking roasted.
Yo, freedom! Yeah! Yeah! All right!
Like, you see all the people like beeping and stuff. Like, you'd think it's people who, I should say,
Hey, y'all love
you'd
freedom?
think that it'd be like
You
way
great
less
freedom-loving
people supporting it,
Americans
but
there? I know you do.
like I said, there's
Yeah.
definitely enough people out there.
You guys are great Americans.
It's probably less than 1/5 of what we had in Springfield. Good on everyone was able to turn out.
You guys are great patriots.
Yeah, and the thing is on Springfield,
Yo,
there's
we had
also
some
like Nick
extra
didn't set that up
flags here.
completely on his own. He
Yo!
like piggybacked on someone else's rally they were doing. That's why they had all like the
Rosa,
weird
I know
like
you're growing,
boomer
but
mobs
these
and
guys are
stuff.
so easy to troll. Do I pee to a solid and ask them why they are hiding their homosexuality? Troll a little bit.
Dude, are you hiding your homosexuality, dude?
I'm not. No, that's not okay.
I'm not.
I didn't think you were, but he gave me $1. I had to do it.
He just got gory, bro.
Medical freedom, let's go!
There's so many other corners.
Let's go. Thank you to all my view box.
All right.
Keeping me alive.
I'm gonna go to the other corner.
New York has such a huge population that the
There's so
turnout
many
should
other
be higher.
corners.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Medical
I
freedom.
really expected a lot more people.
And,
But I don't know, maybe some people are just coming in late or whatever. I don't know. But it doesn't look like there's like more than like 100 max. Not even. There's probably like 50 people there right now.
Independent media. I'm with the real news, not the fake news.
You want the other side?
So whatever message I will broadcast it
What the-
unaltered, and I will say the things you want to say. Unlike some of these fakers out here with big expensive video cameras and they don't use their phones.
And freedom's worth dying for.
Thank you, my Chinese.
Yeah, we took that more of my brothers.
Barry Stan says the weird singing act at Springfield is a huge L. Yeah, dude, that was like a really bad look, like the whole beginning of that rally. Obviously,
And we
Nick
need to
did
stop
good,
Asian
but
hate.
everybody else was kind of cringe.
But you know,
And like the singing was terrible, so anybody sees that would just laugh at it.
All right.
By the way, let me know if the volume is alright. I don't know. I just hear
They're
mad
trying to
loud
make
in
the
my
black people hate
speakers,
the white people.
especially with all this
Poopgate.
music and stuff. But
What
let
is
me know if I
Poopgate?
should turn it up or down or
When
something.
the president pooped in front of the Pope.
No way.
There's also Fartgate.
Fartgate. Now, okay, tell me about
Woman
Fartgate.
moment. Yeah, what the hell is this,
I
bro?
forgot, was it the Duchess who said he was farting?
I don't know how these type of people find out about like the rallies and stuff, like the Nick stuff.
That's crazy.
Like, dude, you can't tell me this person knows anything about America first.
United States secret weapon of annihilation.
That's awesome.
Thank you for that, ma'am. I really appreciate you coming out, exchanging the presents.
I'm from Yoba News Network.
Where's that?
It's on yoba.tv, independent journalism, freedom of
All right, I'll
speech. So we
turn
don't
it down
support the
a little bit
censorship,
then.
the propaganda that's going on in the regime, and the Democratic Party, which is controlling the mainstream media.
So you're up on BitChute or
I'm on yoba.tv.
Yoba.tv?
Yoba.tv.
Dude, that's Michelle
How about you?
Malkin.
What are you on?
I'm on everything.
Thank you.
I'm on the world. Let's go to the other corner.
Well,
This
the thing
gets
about
us
the
at
other
arrived.
corner
Yes,
is
it
what if
looks
we
like
go to
they
the other
have.
corner and then by
For
the
some
time
reason, they
we
always
get
find
there
a way
and
to
then come back, Nick Fuentes is already
be
here.
every possible rally.
Hang out.
They're always there, you know.
Walk around, try to find
They can never miss out. Yes, maybe this woman is unhinged and
Oh, yeah.
cringe, but I prefer people like that than normies. I mean,
She's on
obviously,
Young
but
Network. Hey, that
I'm
lady's
on
on.
your network. I'm on your network.
Oh, you are?
No. That lady's on your network. Well, because I don't know. I was just having fun.
yeah, I don't know.
All right. Hold on.
That was a bit weird.
What did he say? Like, man, I'm trying to listen to pavement.
Yeah, I should probably end this poll, or should I keep it up? I had that, for those of you just coming in, I had that poll. I was playing the the Rittenhouse trial earlier. Honestly, I don't know. I'd want to see more of that probably after the
I just
rally,
got a
so I don't
real
know if I'll
text
stay
message
on.
from Jaden.
Because it was getting kind of heated in there, so. And I'm not sure if today's the last day of it. Hold up. Let me look if they're still going. Oh no, they're at recess still, so. So after this whole thing, I might switch it back if I still have time, but. Seems like Nick still hasn't even arrived yet.
You want a donor, sperm donor?
And the thing is, I know we were just talking about the turnout, but I was thinking like earlier in the week, I was like, yo, when's he gonna announce the rally? Because if he announced it like 3 days before, I don't think it's gonna give a lot of people who are further out much time to plan their trip down there. So I feel like that's also part of the reason it was like very short notice.
With him?
Yeah, with him.
It was announced like a few days before, but there's gonna be another one
He's my
tomorrow, I
bond,
think, and like one on Saturday.
Well, why is he
so.
taking my picture
boy.
then?
Because maybe he wants to wank to it, but that little tight little butthole belongs to me.
What the?
It belongs to me, boy.
Hey man, if you're into that kind of thing. Thank you. Why is it not reading it? This might scam. Who's is a patriot? Free Yoba, free Yoba, free Yoba. Thank you. Oh shoot. Okay. Okay. Let's go. All right, you guys know the words. I just really want one thing, and that's to keep America great. I just really want one thing, and that's to keep America great. I just really want one thing, and that's to keep America great.
Barry Stan says, do you like Baked? Yeah, I watch him sometimes. It's not like I'm a super fan or anything, but whenever something interesting is going on, I always turn it on for a bit.
Need a Trump state.
I said yesterday.
I'm not gonna wear some mask, no.
Gonna keep America great, keep it great, even though the media fake.
Let's go! Yeah! Alright. Feeling like I need a Trump steak. Where's Nick Fuentes?
Oh, that's my homie. Yo!
Yo! Yo! Yo! Yo! Yo!
What the fuck is up, man? Nice to see you. What's up, brother? How you doing, man? Nice to see you. Oh,
That's a G, yo.
NYPD.
Oh, that's NYPD.
Who is it?
Let me see it.
No, come on, come on. What's up, bro? Good. Good. How are you?
Yeah, hanging in.
Thanks for coming out.
My pleasure.
Yeah, let's go! All right. What do we want to do now?
I don't know, dude. Kind of like covered the area pretty quick.
Yeah, we need more. We need more bits.
You want to like go around the block? I guess be normal. I guess it could be normal.
Talk to normal people?
It could be normal people.
I got a text from Jaden.
What do you say?
He said, "Are you in New York?" Max him out. Max who out?
Guys,
which way are you going? That way?
Walk around the block.
Yeah.
I guess
Ash Ketchum says, you should sing us a song while we wait, party in the USA. Nah, I think I'll pass on that, to be honest.
Vibe check. What if we walk this way and we happen to run into Nick Fuentes?
Oh, that'd be excellent.
Walking over here.
That'd be excellent.
Tell this guy.
Tell him what?
Tell this guy.
Tell him
Medical freedom.
Medical freedom, sir.
If you don't want it, you don't have to get it.
Don't feel pressured. The forces of Babylon want you to inject baby fetal cells inside your body.
The forces of Babylon
want us to inject
Fetal cells.
fetal cells inside of our body. That's crazy. Where's Jaden and Nick Fuentes? Where's Jaden and Nick Fuentes? Thanks for coming out, guys.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
Thanks for coming out, guys.
Who was talking about base black guy before? Is this guy wearing AF?
Hey, yeah.
Oh, nice. Yo, what's up, dude? Hell yeah.
Yes.
Yo, guys.
Yo.
Base brothers out here. Now we gotta show Drago.
Oh, Drago, where's he at?
We were talking about you earlier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Heck yeah, dude. My homie. You want to go walk around or what's up? You want to walk around the block just to see, just they want to see some content or something, you know?
Well, I don't know. Is it a block or is it a whole campus?
I think it's like a little block, dude.
I don't think it's a block.
Well, let's walk down there at least so we can like
They
see
barricaded the whole thing. We got to do our independent media. Yo, thanks for coming out, man. Base. We're gonna do our independent. This is like part of independent journalism. Is you got to say like, guys, look how they put a. Oh shoot, that's 20.
What's up, Wooza?
Yo.
Love you, bro. Tell everyone I wish I could be there. Thank you all for your service in fighting for America first.
Make it. I think he's going to the next
Yo, thank you. Yo, Beardson just gave me $20.
Oh, shout out to Beardson.
Yo, shout out to Beardson. Dude, thank you, Beardson. We can do what we want. It's independent journalism. We're freedom fighters and stuff like that. So, guys, check this out, guys. This hospital, it's not undergoing any kind of construction. I don't see a bulldozer, a dump truck, a crane, anything like that. This is purely put up to as like a statement against those protesting here against the vaccine. Here, do this. Do this.
Thank you.
Money in the house. I got money.
Guys, we're here live at the Staten Island University Hospital Northern Campus, and they seriously put up the fencing, seriously, as purely against us, to make a statement against us. We have the resources, we have the manpower to put up the fences, and to like, it's an intimidation tactic against you guys. Do not comply, all right? What the police,
you guys,
police, what their message, what they're saying here is, if you don't get the vaccine, we will put up a fence. That's what their message is here today. And we are standing against this because it's unconstitutional, it's unjustified. There's no proof.
All right, Nick just sent out a message in Telegram. So you guys should check that out and spread the word to anybody who's over there. He put a picture of some dude that just appeared on Loser Stream. He said, "This is Antifa journalist Michael Hayden from the SPLC. If you see him, be cautious. This is a dangerous individual and a traitor to humanity."
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that.
They're chanting.
Oh, let's go back.
I'm a fan of Beardson.
Yeah, Beardson's cool. I like
Beardson gave me a ninja guinea for kissing that girl.
Oh, yeah?
On New Year's. Remember?
I remember you kissed a girl. I don't remember.
Well, like a few days before that,
says IP2 fans hate Nick. There's a there's constant hate threads on their site.
Drunk white girl.
Yeah, I don't know much about IP2. All I know is baked and woos and stuff, because you know, they're friends with Nick, so everybody pretty much knows
him.
him.
If you do that,
but for IP2, I don't know much about like that whole thing.
And now you're like Billo. You're
never
like
really looked at it.
Borat's brother. I got this. La 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 la. He get this. Oh, British, be in the chat. Yo, that's my homie. What's up, homie? What's up? Anything coming down over here?
Not really.
Did you meet the black guy?
What?
Did you meet the black guy?
What black guy?
The base
The black guy.
No, we're not.
There's a big black guy that. Yeah, you didn't believe. Dude, this guy doesn't believe there's any black people. I'm gonna show you. Look. Look. Why is he not going?
He doesn't like me.
No, he's friendly. He's friendly. He's friendly. He's friendly. He's friendly.
Good on that.
He's friendly. He's friendly. He's friendly.
Sure he is.
He's friendly.
Sure he is.
All right, then meet him. If you're so sure, then meet him. He's based. Oh my gosh.
He rather not.
Oh, is he sketching out?
Go off, Wooza.
Thank you.
Everyone take a stand against globalism.
I'm gonna. Where should I
Wondering
go?
where Nick is at. I really don't think he's. Look, he literally just tweeted.
Where's Nick Fuentes? I gotta tell people I have a message from Beardson though. I have a message from Beardson. A message from Beardson Beardley with a 20 on donation alerts. He said, I wish I could be here. You guys are great American patriots. America first is inevitable. Let's go! Go! Candid. Candid. Hey, what's this say? Woo's check telegram. What is this?
Oh, no, he's not.
What's this one? Independent journalism. I'm independent journalism.
What happened to liberty in this country? We have no more liberty of choice. That's why we're here to say enough is enough. We're standing up for the healthcare workers. We're opposing the mandate. It's their body and it's their choice.
So true. And don't step on my liberty. What do you mean by this?
Because we don't have a choice anymore in this country. We're mandated to do this, we're mandated to do that. The other day I went to a restaurant in Manhattan, Court Deli. I sat down, they asked me, papers, please.
Creationist says, when will the rally start? It was scheduled for 1 o'clock, so it'll start whenever Nick arrives. He's almost 30 minutes late now, but it should have started at 1 o'clock.
That's what it is.
So I called all the protesters.
And Nick said on Telegram that he was coming here soon, or he was arriving soon, so that was a while ago. So
let me ask you about
could
this.
really start at like any
What is
moment.
this one?
Yes.
Is it healing?
Angel
Power?
Courts. This is for protection. For
Protection. Awesome. We are protected. Is it? It's fully charged, right?
Yes.
Good. We want to make sure that's charged up because we're going to need it here today.
Oh, yeah. That's
And this is a standard question. I ask everybody this, but are you Jewish?
No.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. I'm independent journalism. I'm the real news, not the fake news. Some of these guys out here.
He said he's not
expensive
Jewish, so
cameras.
he's probably
I'm not going to
Mexican.
name any names here, but you don't know who they're working for.
I don't know. He looked
But
a
I'm
little
with the real
like
news.
freaking.
I'm streaming.
He looked
on
a little
phone.
Arab to me, to be
Yoba
honest.
News Network. I have a press pass.
Yoba News. All right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So thank you for being out here.
Yeah, this is my town. I live right down the block.
Staten Island, a local.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Where are we going now? What's the next? Where's Zycotic? Where's Zycotic? Press pass.
Alright, looks like there's a bit more people than there
Who's
were
harassed Michael
earlier.
Hayden?
Still not like a lot, but.
This guy?
Oh yeah, that's the guy that Nick put on his Telegram.
Michael Hayden, what made you choose to be a homosexual?
We know your name, buddy. Take off the mask.
Guys, this is Michael Hayden.
Michael Edison Hayden, you don't have to comply anymore. Your face can
Look,
be
is he
uncovered.
covering himself? What the hell? Oh no,
You
he's.
guys are not vaccinated. I'm not fucking with that. He hasn't taken it off. He must just be ugly. So true. Why do you hate guys? Hey, keep it on. They just say
You know, it's ironic. He says you guys aren't vaccinated. That's why he has his mask on. But supposedly,
That's messed
he
up.
should be
Why you
completely
dox
safe, right?
I'm not toxing anybody.
That's
You're
the whole
doxing
point of getting the
Groyper.
vaccine is to be safe from COVID. But
Wait, what are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Are you here to report on us?
I'm independent journalism. I gotta be serious. Don't get the vex. We're here to protest. Awesome. Where's Zycotic? Where'd he go? Did he go that way? Zycotic? Oh shoot. Oh shoot, I know who this is. Let's go.
How we doing? Good to see you.
Yo.
How you been, dog?
Thanks for coming, man.
Hell yeah.
All right. He said he said this is boring and effed off.
I'm always tripping on these.
It's, you know, you're too far out.
Where should I
You
go?
got new hats, right?
Where'd he go? He left?
I'd be glad he's wearing it because I don't want that spike protein anywhere near me.
No, I'm not gonna
That's
mace
true.
him
That's
with a
true.
million cops here.
Still, Gooba says the official narrative at this point is the vaccine doesn't stop infection or
Alright.
spread. LMAO. Yeah, I know, but somehow you still have to get it, and it still works because supposedly if you get it and you don't die, that means
Who else we
it's
got?
working. Even though no one's really likely to die from it anyway, unless you're like
Citizen
fat
journalist.
and have like
Thanks for coming.
already have medical problems.
He's at home. He's flying out Friday.
I'm praying for Baked Alaska.
Thank you, true American patriots. We're actually live on Yoba TV.
Screenshot me if anybody at home is watching.
Screenshot him. What's your message?
I'm not on social media or nothing. I don't fuck with it, but you know, you'll see me out here. You know, I'm always. This is my first rally, but
Wow.
yeah.
Wait, so you never met Nick Fuentes?
Never, but all my friends know Nick, and like I'm gonna meet him today. This is my friend Sully. He wants to challenge you in a boxing match, by the way.
Oh shoot, I didn't bring no gloves.
But it's okay. It doesn't have to be today. It's
I'll
just,
do it.
You know, he does
I'll
it for
do
fun, if nice, friendly
Oh,
boxing
I'll do
match.
it.
But oh, she's out right now.
That's the law. Here we go. Oh, I love this. I love this. Independent media, citizen journalist, real news, not
All
the fake
for
news. You can
illness
tell I'm
with
real news 'cause I'm doing it from a phone. These guys
99.9999%
have
survival rate.
expensive
Yeah, that's the
cameras.
thing.
That's how you know.
The survival rate is already
Bro,
extremely
what's
high.
your message
but
here? If I
you gotta get this vaccine. You gotta get all the booster
Awesome.
shots.
And what's the what's this
And
one?
despite that, you still
World War II
can still catch the virus and you can still spread it. So
wear yellow stars, but we're free.
Awesome.
pretty
And are
much
you Jewish?
useless.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's been admitted by the CDC. So
Standard question.
I don't
I
get-
ask everybody.
I don't
I
get
asked the other
why
guy that.
people still don't
Standard
get
question.
this.
Sure.
Citizen
Or like they
journalist.
pretend.
Yoba
It's like they
TV.
pretend it
Yoba
works.
News.
Foodie says speech
Awesome.
yet.
And thank
you
you
mean
for
Nick
coming out.
talking? Oh, he's
Yeah.
not here yet. So pretty much expected.
Candid. Thank you. Awesome. We're candid. All right. Who else we got? I think that's another black guy. That's another black guy. That's another black America First guy right there in the street. What else we got? Oh, shoot. There they are. I found them first. Because I'm a legend and I'm a champion. I'm a champion and I'm basically a legend. And so I found them first. But guess what? I'm just going to pretend like I'm with them. Like I'm part of. Like I rolled up with them in the same vehicle or something. That's crazy. Look who it is. Look who it is. Thanks for coming.
Let's go. Yo, why is Nick in all that all black outfit?
How are we doing?
Good. How are you?
Wooza gets in there like he's part of
Guys,
the
I'm streaming
entrance.
live on Yoba TV. Special collab.
All right, so
with Jaden.
it's about time
Everyone was
Nick's
saying,
finally
"Find
here.
Jaden."
Hi. You found me.
We found him, guys.
07's in the chat for Nick, everybody.
I flew in last night.
Are you here all
Better
week?
late than never, you know.
Go. That means we can hang out and party,
Let's go.
and it's gonna be bass. Jaden gang! Jaden gang! Jaden gang! Let's go, Jaden! Let's go, Jaden! Boo! For real! Jaden and Nick Fuentes. Jaden and Nick Fuentes.
I don't know if you saw that an extra man.
Screenshot it.
Hey, what's going on, Jaden?
Candid.
Jaden, pleasure.
Who else we got? Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, proprietary media angle. Media angle, proprietary media angle. Nick Fuentes, everybody.
Nick, are you a Fed? Are you a Fed?
Get out of here, faggot.
Get out, Fed.
Is that Antifa terrorist Michael Hayden over there?
Of course, the first thing he does is call him out.
Ooh, libtard! He's an agitator. He's trying to promote. He's trying to invoke a self-defense situation out of us, and it's not cool. Peaceful.
This is a movement of radical love for our people.
Yeah!
Make no mistake about it. This is an act of radical love for this country, for our families, and for our people. And we're out here in this particular location outside the Staten Island University Hospital because last month they fired 1,400 healthcare workers because they refused to get vaccinated. And you know, I can't help but think, right now we're in the middle of this vaccine mandate craze, but let's not forget that it's been the past 2 years that first responders, police, firefighters, healthcare workers, they were holding the line throughout the whole pandemic. And now how are they being repaid? Our police officers are being threatened with termination and losing their pensions. Our firefighters are being threatened with the same thing, termination and losing all their benefits. And the healthcare workers who were on the front lines during the pandemic and doing some TikTok dances as well. How are they rewarded after a year and a half of helping our people in this city? They get fired. Ultimately, that's what this is about. We're the ones that are on the side of the workers in this country. We're the people that are on the side of the middle class and the working class. And I would have to say, it's a little interesting, you know. We have a pretty large police, wouldn't you say, today? Yeah! How about that?
Interesting.
I don't really know how to feel about it, honestly.
Let's go!
I don't really know how to feel about it because I know that they're out here because Antifa terrorists and other left-wing scum. Yeah.
Whoa!
They alerted the police and they said that it's a group of dangerous white nationalists and terrorists coming outside the hospital. Am I right?
What the?
I'm sure that's what they said. But that's not what this is. This is a gathering of we, the people, standing up to the real power in this country. Does the real power come from you guys who are all aged young people, working class people, or does it come from big pharma, from New York government, from the mayor's office, from the lobbyists? We're the ones that are out here on the front lines against them every day.
Yeah!
And, you know, honestly, for all the police that are out here, it's worth remembering that they're like us. When they go home after work, like all we do, and they take off the police uniform, they're just like us. Working class, middle class people. It's important to remember that. We back the blue, do we not?
Yeah! Back the blue!
Back the blue! Back the blue! Back the blue! Back the blue!
Back the blue!
All right.
We do back the blue. But we see that time and time again, it's the New York City government, Chicago City government, Minneapolis mayor, it's the federal government and Joe Biden. They don't back the police.
Boo!
But they expect the police to go door to door to rallies like this and enforce their vaccine mandate.
Whoa!
So, it's like this. We support the police and we back the blue, but the blue has to back us.
Yeah!
Because for too long, we see the government makes these kinds of arbitrary mandates, vaccines, BLM, whatever it is, and it's often the police that are out there enforcing it, is it not?
Yeah!
We need the police and the military on our side. They have to remember that at the end of the day, they're a part of the same class as us. Bill de Blasio, Andrew Cuomo, Gavin Newsom, Jeff Bezos, they're not like us. They don't live like us. They don't live among us.
Among us!
They That's right. And ultimately, and this is the most important thing, the people like that are running this country hate us. They hate the people that are out here. They hate the people in the police. You see that. They hate the healthcare workers. The second that the healthcare workers and the police and the fire department do not carry out or comply with their mandate, they're gone. Right?
That's right.
And this happened in Chicago, this happened in Los Angeles, San Francisco, this is happening in New York City. When the police don't comply with their mandate, when they don't enforce their mandate, they're gone. They're expendable. They're replaced.
Yeah!
But back to the subject of the vaccine. Are people aware that this vaccine is completely experimental? Does anybody even know that?
Yeah.
We do.
I know everybody here
Chat
knows
doesn't
it, but
know.
for people at
Chat.
home, for people that are
Chat.
watching in the press, think about it like this. They say, because they don't know the long-term side effects of this vaccine, there hasn't been a long-term since the first person got their vaccine. They say, we have no idea what the long-term side effects will be, but we have no reason to worry because this never happened with any other vaccine. And I heard them say that. That was a scientist in Israel that said that. But there has never been a single vaccine in history like this vaccine. This is an mRNA gene therapy vaccine. This is genetic material that they're injecting in people's veins, going inside their cells, and creating poison all across the body. This is what they want every man, woman, and child in America to be mandated to be inoculated with. Are we going to do that?
No!
Are we going to be a part of the biggest human experiment in world history?
No!
We're not. We will not comply.
We will not comply! 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 We will not comply!
That's right. It can't go forward one more step. That's what it is. This is a biological experiment on a global scale. They have never before used mRNA vaccines on a human being outside of a clinical trial. Now, they're going to give it to 7 or 8 billion people all at once? And by the way, if you don't get it, then you lose your job, you can't travel to other countries, can't get on an airplane, can't go inside a restaurant. And that gets fundamentally to the heart of the matter. Look at where we are right now. Look at where we are. We are in our designated protest zone, right?
That's
We're
right.
here stuck between two rails. This is where we were told by the police that we could exercise our First Amendment right to expression and assembly. We're in a cage right now. And there's something like 50 or 60 of us out here. The most disappointing thing that I've seen since this whole thing started is, guess what? 95%, 98% of the people in that building are vaccinated. They just went along with it. I mean, think about where we are. Could anybody believe if you went back in time 2 years ago that we would be here today? No. How bad does it have to get before people are going to take a stand? How bad does it have to get before people stand up and say no? Is it bad enough yet? Are you...
Yes. Yeah.
We're at the point now where they're telling us if you don't get your full dose of this Pfizer gene therapy experimental vaccine, you can't even go inside a grocery store or a restaurant. What's going to happen next is they're going to say that if you don't get your booster shot every month and your paperwork and your Pfizer pills and everything else, then you still can't go into a supermarket. How bad? What was that? That's right. How bad does it have to get? And I know a lot of people, some people got the vaccine because they didn't know what was in it and they didn't really know how bad it was going to be. But let me tell you straight up, this is how bad it's going to get. Some people think, it's really not a big deal. Why are all these right-wing people out here? Why are all these right-wing nut job conspiracy theorists complaining about a vaccine? You go in, you get your 2 doses, it's no big deal, you go back to work. Well, guess what? It's not that simple. It's not just getting it over with. It's not just 2 doses. It started out with 5 weeks to slow the spread. Does everybody remember that?
Yeah!
It started with 5 weeks. Well, how long has it been now?
2 years.
Yeah, it's November 2021. That started in March 2020. So it's been a little longer than 5 weeks, don't you think?
Yeah.
They said it was 5 weeks. Then they said it was another 5 weeks. Then they said it would be August. Then they said it would be 2021. Now they're saying it may never end the lockdown.
Whoa!
And they said at the beginning of this year, do you remember? Joe Biden said there will be no federal mandate. He said that. Do you remember?
Yeah.
You're right.
That's crazy.
They said there would be no federal mandate. And then in September, they said if you're a company with over 100 employees, you have to be vaccinated. Now they're telling us, well, you get your vaccine, you get it over with. If you think that it's just one vaccine and that's it, it's just one full dose of Pfizer, one full dose of a COVID vaccine, and we go back to normal, you haven't been paying attention over the past couple of years. That's the whole point. This never ends. That's the point of this agenda. It is a constant rolling tyranny. And so what started out with 5 weeks has turned into a vaccine mandate. And this vaccine mandate is going to turn into a perpetual vaccine mandate. People that got fully vaccinated now are required to get a booster shot. They want people to get a booster shot every 6 months. Is this how we're supposed to live?
No!
Is this any way for American citizens to live?
No!
Constantly updating, getting booster shots, new gene therapy, new mRNA, new technology, just to walk outside the front door?
No!
And the question is, how much of this are we willing to
Gonna
take?
listen to this wetback tell him what to do? This is why conservatives are losing. They have this taco telling them what to do.
We accepted
Okay,
the
thank
war
you.
on terror and the war in Iraq and the lie about 9/11, the war in Afghanistan. And people sat by and they watched the financialization of the economy. And they watched the housing bust, and they watched the Obama years, and the gun control, and the abortion, and the crime, and the guns, and the open borders and the drugs. Here we are now. The American dream is dead. Prosperity is gone. Families aren't being made. We have nothing to lose. And yet people are lining up to get a vaccine because they might lose their job. We have got to grow some balls.
Yeah!
I'm so sick and tired of these. Listen, I'm sorry for the language, but I am so sick and tired of these pussy conservatives.
Yeah!
They say, give me liberty or give me death. They say, come and take it. Right? Mullen Labe. They say, don't tread on me. And what happens? Year after year after year, we elect Republicans, we elect Democrats, and nothing ever changes, does it?
No!
Things just stay exactly the same. And that's because nobody is really willing to sacrifice anything. Nobody is willing to get up off the couch. Nobody's willing to lose their job. Nobody's willing to get a little bit socially ostracized for having the wrong opinion. And that's why we're in the situation that we're in. Because the people that are perpetrating this against the American people, they will keep pushing and pushing. They will keep taking and taking from us. And you want to know why? That's because they want it more than we do. That's just it. They care more than we do. Because the people at the World Economic Council and the people at Pfizer and Moderna and the World Health Organization, the Federal Reserve and all of it, are they hawking for us?
Yeah!
Yeah, let's go. It's their job every day when they go to Bilderberg or whatever, their satanic rituals. It's their job to take our rights. It's their job to inject our babies with poison. And we watch it all go by, exasperated. I can't believe they did that. Honey, can they do that? I don't think that's constitutional. No, I don't think that's legal. To vote them out in the next election. We have got to get a little bit smarter and a little bit tougher. And I've been saying this on my show for a long time. The hill to die on. If it wasn't 30 years ago or 20 years ago or 10 years ago, we're not talking about the health and well-being of you and your wife, your future wife, and your kids. This is about the cells inside of your blood and whether you have autonomy over that. So as far as I'm concerned, there is nothing that goes further than this. There's nothing worse than this. If you are not willing to stand up and say no, and be willing to lose your job or your friends or anything, if you're not willing to do that to protect the bodily autonomy of the cells in your blood coursing through your veins, then guess what? You are a slave to the New World Order. Straight up. And you will deserve everything that's coming to you. That's just it. Nobody can complain. I don't want to hear anybody protesting or complaining or voting when these things get out of hand if you're not willing to lose something to stand up for your own bodily integrity.
Yeah.
People say, give me liberty or give me death. Where's that energy? Where's that attitude? You know, they have a vaccine mandate at Newsmax. Do you know that?
Boo!
They have a vaccine mandate at Fox News.
Boo!
And Republicans support it too. Boo! And there and say, give me liberty or give me death. I'll tell you something. They haven't seen an American people yet that is ready to die for something like this.
Yeah!
Show them.
Yeah!
So the message is simply this. I will not comply. Right? It is that simple. I will not comply with one more mask mandate. I will not comply with one more vax mandate. I'm not getting a booster shot. I'm not taking the Pfizer pill. I will not comply.
Yeah!
I will not comply. 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 I will not comply.
I will not comply. Let's go!
And we have a crucifix here. Can you hold that up?
Woo! Christ is king! 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 Christ is king!
Christ is king.
Now, I want you to look very closely at that because that is our religion. That is the religion of this people. That is the faith of this nation. That man on that cross, that is our ultimate reality. That is more real than your job. That is more real than your friends. That is more real than these barricades, than that scumbag journalist over there. That is more real than that hospital. It's more real than every skyscraper in New York City. That is reality right there. And I want everybody, focus up here. Don't let him distract you. He's going there. I want everybody to look at that because that is the Son of God. And if he could take lashes, and if he could take nails, and if he could carry that cross and be hung on it, then you know what? I think that we can resist this vaccine mandate. Can we not? That's what we're called to do, folks. Life is very short. Life is very short. And, you know, a lot of this politics stuff doesn't really matter so much, actually, in the grand scheme of things. I know in our day-to-day lives. This is something happening now that transcends politics. You know, everybody's calling us Nazis because we're out here, but we're not Nazis. We're out here protesting a vaccine mandate. I mean, not to be trite or anything, or basic. I know we've all heard it before. It is a little bit ironic, though. They want to force every man, woman, and child to take an experimental vaccine hooked up by the biggest pharmaceutical companies in the world, pushed by the federal government, pushed by the UN and supranational government. And if you don't do it, you're banned from traveling between countries and states and supermarkets and restaurants. But we're the fascists? I know. We've heard that a lot of times, and I'm not a fan of saying that, but seriously, it's real. This is not about right-wing or left-wing on some level. It's not about conservative and liberal. It's about whether or not we have autonomy as human beings. And you think people would understand that a little bit. I think it's a little bit bigger than politics. And when you see Jesus Christ on that cross, and you see the miscarriages, and you see people dropping dead on soccer fields, I think that should bring it home for everybody, the stakes that are here. For too long, people look at politics, and they shrug their shoulders, and they say, well, what about real life, though? You know, when you talk about these protests, and we have that guy doxing people, he's taking pictures, you know, it's cute, he can do that. People say, you know, aren't you concerned about your real life? If you go out to this protest, protesting the vaccine mandate, aren't you going to get photographed? Aren't you going to lose your job? Are they going to reveal your identity? What about your real life? What about your real job? What about your real, you know, whatever? It's like, you know, this is real. What we're doing here is real. What we're doing here is realer than any day-to-day bullshit, whatever, that goes on in this or any other city. This is what matters right here. And honestly, if you can't live and die about your own bodily autonomy, live and die about your freedom and your liberty to leave your house without being injected with something by the government, then I don't think you really belong here in this country, honestly. Because that's not what America's about.
Yeah!
That's why we love this country. That's why we love America. That's why we are America first. We don't celebrate America first because of licentiousness. We don't celebrate America first. You know, I hear this all the time. People see the scumbag, degenerates. People see the weirdest, wackiest stuff, and they say, that's America. That's America. That's your right. That's your freedom. Have you heard this before?
Yes.
You know, you go down to like Venice Beach, you go to Times Square, you go down to some of these cities, and you see the way our country is really fallen. You see the filth and the scum and all this, and people say, well, that's your freedom. That's your right as Americans. No, I'm sorry. I don't celebrate America because of degenerates like that. That's not why I say America first. I say America first because we here have the freedom as autonomous citizens with dignity and natural rights to express our faith and to protect our families. That's why I say America first.
Yeah! America first! 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 Let's go!
Let's go! Let's go!
Yeah, let's go! Yeah!
So it is my conviction in this country, and it's my conviction in this country's God, that I will say America first until my last and dying breath.
Yeah!
And if that comes at the hands of some vaccine enforcer, then so be it!
Yeah! Let's go!
Because I don't know about you, and I said this in Springfield, and it's still true, I'm wearing this bulletproof vest here today. They are going to have to kill me before I get this vaccine.
Yeah!
I hope the same can be said about all of you, because I don't know, we've been losing a lot of people. As they kick up the pressure, more and more people are capitulating. People get threatened with the mandate, losing their job, they get it. People get put on unpaid leave, they go get a job back. ultimately, we can only do so many of these rallies. You know, we have to make a decision at some point. People have got to decide what kind of country they want to live in. Do they want to be slaves to the devil? Do they want to be slaves to the vaccine? Do you want your body and your cells and your family and children to be controlled? Or do you want to be a free man? Now, sadly, being a free man comes with consequences sometimes. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a little something. But we have to be willing to do that. Because ultimately, we are the masters of our own destiny. We are the masters of our own fate. And I don't know about you, but I choose Jesus Christ, I choose America first, and I choose no vaccines ever!
Yeah!
Thank you very much.
Fuck the vax!
Fuck the vax! Fuck the vax! Fuck the vax!
Fuck the vax! Fuck the vax! Fuck the vax!
All right, so we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out here. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are real American patriots. And this is just the beginning, because we're going to be, I don't know if you've seen, but we will be on Saturday at Gracie Mansion, the mayor's mansion. We'll be there at 4:30 p.m. for another protest. It'll be much larger because it's over the weekend. So I hope to see you all there. Are you guys coming?
Yeah!
Let's go. So thank you so much. We will see you on Saturday then. Thank you very much.
Let's go!
Alright, so that was pretty good, I guess.
Also, we were going to march to that Matt's Clubhouse. They're closed. So we can hang out here. We can take pictures and shake hands. We'll do some chants and then we'll call it, okay?
I don't know what's up with Woozer creeping on that girl over there. Even some of you in my chat, I see you guys got your Coomer brain going on. I don't know what's good with that. But that was pretty weird. Kind of creeping on Blonde Groiper over there. Anyways, I guess we'll see for a while longer what else is going on here. Maybe Woozer will go up to Nick for a while. I don't know what was up with the Back the Blue stuff at the beginning. I know he was like, oh, they have to back us if we want to back them, but like, I don't know, he was going pretty hard with that Back the Blue chant, and it's been a while since heard that type of stuff in AF.
We're gonna stand those. All right.
Woozer simping hard. Yeah, that was weird. Stop Kumi. Yeah, I don't know what was. He kept just filming her. I don't know if she noticed or not. Yo, stop Kumi in my chat, bro. Come on.
Awesome. And are you independent media?
Oh, of course.
FreedomNews.tv and
FreedomNews.tv. Let me look that
is
up.
it real news or fake news?
This is the second best videographer in America, right here.
Second best?
And I introduced you to the first one.
Yeah, John. Wait. And I'm the third best.
You're the 1A. How's that?
I'm on Yobo TV. I'm on Telegram. Do you have Telegram?
Yes.
That's my Telegram.
I'll find it.
It's scams.
Bro.
My name's Woozer. What's her name?
Woozer's simping right now. Hey, I'm looking at this girl's website right now. It doesn't look bad.
Alright, well, nice meeting you. What? Hey, you miss all the shots you don't take. Michael Scott said that on The Office.
Who said that?
Michael Scott.
On The Office.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I like to say? If I didn't shoot it, it didn't happen.
That's
Yeah.
funny.
Right?
You know, Kyle Rittenhouse shot that guy. Guilty or not guilty?
Well, he shot a guy first.
In self-defense?
No, he shot
Or
a guy.
in murder?
No, he shot a guy and he goes, oh, I just
All
killed
right,
a guy. And sons
oh
it
yeah,
off with
let me
the
check if
video
the
you
Rittenhouse
see.
trial's still going.
The
I don't know why
guy's
people are
gonna
saying that he was
have to
crying.
self-defense, yeah.
We were watching
So,
it here before we put
self-defense.
this on. He wasn't, I
All
didn't
right,
see him cry
awesome.
at all, but
That was a test, if you were fake news or real news. What? Where's homie at?
Anything I want. Yeah.
Me too.
I know, good for you.
Alright, what should we do now? Oh. This optical. If it's not optical, I'm scamming it. If it's not optical, I'm scamming it. Only optical ones. Only optical ones. No, she said not guilty. She said not guilty. Self-defense. What is this one? Is this one good?
Now this is a story all about how
I'm more excited for the next rally on Saturday, but I don't know. I checked Telegram. I think he said there's gonna be one on Thursday tomorrow. No, that was actually weird that Woozy was filming that girl and it wasn't even his girlfriend. Yeah, I don't know. That was weird as hell.
in West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I put tips my butt. Chillin' out, pass and relax, no cool. I do, but it's a little cringe when I start rapping right now. When a couple of guys who were up to no good started putting tips my butt. I got a little dick, my mom got scared. She said, "Hey, with your auntie and uncle to get dicks in the butt."
That's
a big damn pleader
all
with
right.
them.
That one's a trick. You got me. You got me.
How you been, man?
Good. How are you?
Doing well. Long time no see.
We're out here. Thanks for coming.
And you were coming. Well, your trip for you, right?
I mean, I figured.
What are you doing boxing 240-pound blacks, dude?
It's called.
I'll box you.
All right.
For a little friendly box?
Yeah.
I'm down.
Oh, yeah. You got gloves with you?
Yo, I actually don't. You got gloves? I got one pair of gloves in my car.
I don't have gloves.
I do one-arm boxing.
I'll get gloves for Saturday.
Oh, base. Yeah, we'll do it.
Me versus
all right,
Russo.
guys. Saturday.
Well, I'm gonna check Telegram because I'm pretty sure.
Face off.
How much you weigh?
170.
See, look, it says here.
Better than
That's
240.
fair. That's fair. We. Hey.
All right, that's today's
Can you
one.
do the face off?
What am I doing? Oh, is this real?
All right, never mind. So there isn't one tomorrow, but I thought I saw something about there being a rally tomorrow, but I guess not.
Yikes.
All right.
This guy's in my corner.
So the next one is gonna be Saturday,
I'll be your corner man.
and I expect it to be much
Then this
bigger.
guy's my corner.
I'm gonna make like a social media.
You got a good
that's,
quarter
I'm gonna be
man.
out and about and shit.
Another reason why this one wasn't too big, which I didn't think of when we were talking about it, was because it is, you know, a weekday, so there's
Alright, what else should we
definitely
do?
probably a lot of people couldn't come, especially probably some younger people who are, you know, still in school and stuff.
Thank you. Thank you for being there during the pandemic.
Dude,
Awesome.
I'm gonna be honest. I kind of got my money on you.
No way.
Yo.
I boxed this guy and I win. I won.
I got my money on Luza. Seeing him on the internet, fucking fighting people that are like 3 times his size.
Getting beat up by blacks. That's what he's been doing.
That only happened
beat up
two
by
times.
2 blacks.
That only happened 2 times. That only happened 2 times.
They looked like they were on steroids.
Yeah, the one guy.
One guy was 240. You don't
One
box
guy was
240
heavyweight
blacks.
championship.
That was
And,
dumb.
and you know what? I won that one.
No, you got beat up.
No, because he punched
punched you
me
in the ground.
in the back of the head while I was down.
I saw that.
So
Yeah,
he's
that's
disqualified. So
an
I actually
official
won that
boxing,
guy.
that's
Yeah,
what
but your
it's-
face
So I'm
did.
actually 1-1 against blacks.
All right.
And there was this other black I fought in Clearwater. I beat him.
2-1.
So I'm 2-1. I'm 2. White boy summer. What's up?
It's base. You went out and fought blacks. You got to fight them your size, dude.
Yeah.
You could beat them if they're your size.
Well, if they're my size, they'll be like, oh, no, I don't agree.
Yeah,
I don't
they're
want to
scared.
do that. You're trying to beat me up. And
I'll
I'll be
do
like,
it. We'll do
Let's
3
go.
rounds, 1-minute rounds.
3 rounds, 1-minute rounds. All right. Terms are set.
Bye.
Yo!
Yo, let's go.
Speaking of blacks,
Let's go.
what's up? Thanks for coming out.
Always, man. I fucking live here. This sucks.
I was hoping there'd be some merch here.
I gotta ask. Can I say it?
Say it.
What's up, my nigga?
What's up, my nigga? Yo, Woozer is based.
Photoshop.
Right?
Photo.
Yo, let's go.
Photo opportunity.
Me.
Yo, there's me.
There's you. Yeah, you're there.
Wait, did he see that? You see that? That's unity right there. That's absolute unity.
See? Let's go.
Joseph?
All right.
Q-Tip
What's your
says,
message
yeah, this
today?
one wasn't exactly
message
advertised.
is-
Didn't know it was happening until you started streaming.
Always stay
Hopefully we
face.
get at least a couple hundred people this
Never be
Saturday.
cringe.
Yeah, it wasn't. He literally just put something on Telegram like a few days ago. I
Know
thought,
where you live, nigga.
because I was thinking, like while we were waiting for the announcement, because I knew it was gonna be in Staten
Awesome.
Island
Thank you,
because of
Doug
what
District.
Big said. I don't know if some of
Let's
you,
go.
if you're subscribed, you probably saw my video like last month where
Yo,
Big
what's up, dude?
leaked the location
Why
of
aren't you here, dude?
the rally. He said it's gonna be in Staten Island. So I knew it was gonna be here,
Is that Nate
but
Smokes?
no one else really knew exactly where
Are you Nate Smokes?
until Nick announced it literally days before, and it was literally
Joe.
just
Joe.
one graphic that he made, so it
Yo,
wasn't like there's
that's
too
a
much
real loser
advertisement
respecter.
for it, and there wasn't much time to
That's a real
anticipate,
loser
especially for
respecter
people
right
who
there.
are probably like out of the city or out of the state. from the plan to get down there.
Signal's probably all
And it was on top of that 1 o'clock on a weekday. So all that combined, it makes sense. So I expect more people on Saturday. I hope at least.
I'm on Telegram, Yoba TV. Who's
So it can be more hype.
TV, gotta talk to Nick.
Well, it's in beta right now. It's beta test. Maybe I should talk to him.
Yeah, Woozer should go talk to Nick, see what he has to say.
I'll ask him. This will be
some good content.
Thank you. All right.
It's an honor to meet you.
Looks like I'm next.
Tuning into the live stream for about
Looks like
2 months now.
Oh, really? Introduce him to you.
Looks like I'm next to meet
I'm a
Nick.
new one, yep.
Hey, thanks, man.
Looks like I'm next to meet Nick.
We'll bring more guys on Saturday.
Yeah, my one friend.
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm next in line.
We're gonna bring some Italians.
Gonna meet Nick.
Oh, hey, I'm
Fuentes.
I'm walking.
Oh, shoot.
So he almost says, I want fireworks and a smoke machine at the next one. That would be pretty hype.
Push and force my way through.
But it depends though. Like if you have that and there isn't much people, that'd be kind of cringe. It also depends on like the setup, I guess. Cause look here, there was no stage or anything. You're just standing on the ground, like on the street. So
shit on a lot by some of those guys.
Jim Goat fucking hits me so much.
Fuentes. I'm next in line.
I don't know. I think it's because yours called today.
I'm next.
I'm sure if you called the restaurant, they would open it.
It's not in there. It is.
I'm next in line. I'm next in line. I'm standing right next to him. See the red face?
Oh, yeah, no, that was totally my point. That was the reason I did it.
Bruce says we need Lady Maga. Yeah, I'd rather not, to be honest.
I'm next in line to meet Nick. I'm meeting Nick. What should I say? I'm shy.
I don't know. I actually haven't thought about it. I mean, everything's in house. It's just in house. So we're here with some of our intern team. Got a few Airbnbs and other houses.
In prison, yeah, that makes a little more sense.
I'm talking to this
I
guy.
didn't propose that, but I said that, yeah, I'd be okay.
I wasn't.
Yeah, I remember he was on the
Nick is very kind. He'll talk to anyone for however long they want. He's very kind like that. If someone talks to him for a long, long time, he'll just stay there and talk to you. Doesn't matter who you are.
No, it's just me, Jaden, it's some of our interns, but no other Eastland. Yeah, Vince is moving. And
What would you say to Nick if you met him? I don't know.
I'm gonna ask him.
Probably just be like, yo, what's up?
we're doing our
I don't want to
Probably tell him about my channel, maybe. I don't know.
I'm right here.
Not that he'd care, but
Yeah, we're doing some
I'm not on Instagram.
if I went to one of the rallies, which I'm thinking about it, I'd probably in real life stream it. Obviously, I wouldn't show my face, but I feel like that'd be risky because someone else is there and
mention that I said.
the face stocks. That would not be good.
He'll be like, yeah. But I'm gonna be there.
I got one of your followers.
Alright. Chat, what's the acceptable?
I would ask him for his twin sister's hand in marriage, bro. Have you seen her, bro?
There we go. I got his attention. Yo, can we get one?
Yeah, let's do it.
She's not interested in men. I think, yo, is she actually lesbian or is that like a joke?
With Nick Fuentes. I sent an email for Cozy TV. Did you get it?
I did not get the email.
All right, I'll send another one. I sent two actually.
Okay, well, I didn't see it. Maybe one of our guys got it.
And I have a reference. You might have heard of him. His name is Baked Alaska.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him. I'm familiar. How many people you got watching?
So that asks the question: can I be on Cozy TV?
We'll
see. Let's go.
We'll talk later, but I think so because you're a great content creator. You know, you're an exceptional content creator.
Thank you.
Tell him to stop getting beat up by blacks.
Yeah,
There was
that's
only
the
one.
thing. You gotta. Well, it was a couple times.
Well, I won against the one guy because I was down and he punched me in the back of the head.
You weigh 250 pounds. He's fighting a black.
So I won that one. And then I fought
Qualification
this.
was a DQ.
He lost. And the other one, I knocked this guy's, chipped his tooth.
Okay.
But it was already messed up. He was going to get it fixed. But still, it was only that one with the flag. That was the one I lost.
I need to teach you to fight ghetto style. Loser.
Anyway.
Thank you.
Nick Fuentes, awesome. Cozy TV. Nick Fuentes.
Bruh.
He said we'll
Alright.
see. He said maybe. He said
What's going on, big guy?
Nick Fuentes said we'll see if I can stream on Cozy TV. Let's go.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. That's what
How's it
Nick.
going, Woozer? It's been a little while.
Good. When are you coming back to my house to hang out?
Back to your
There's an Instagram pic with his sister and a black girl. Rumors that she is lesbian, but I don't know if it's true. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I've seen pictures of her, but I haven't seen that Instagram pic. And I'm pretty sure Instagram is private now. Like she basically looks like Nick with long hair and huge milkers.
Good.
I mean, I wouldn't say she looks like Nick, to be honest.
He's coming in on Saturday?
I mean, when I saw the picture I saw, she didn't really look like him that much. Like obviously, since they're twins and everything, there's obviously some similarities.
The crowd
But
here was massive. It was an incredible speech. You know, people are interested. Huge. I don't know if it came through on the stream. We're going to be releasing a video of it sometime. But yeah, it was an incredible speech. Let everyone know what you think. Huge crowd on such short notice. And thanks to this guy for hanging out.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you around. Keep.
Where can they find that epic footage for you?
Well, we don't know yet. We don't know what we're going to do with it.
Guys.
But yeah, we were getting some good stuff. So.
Good stuff. Base.
All
All right. What else we got? Thank you.
Hey, no problem, man. I'll see you throughout the week.
You too. All right. Who else we got? Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Are you online?
Yeah, I'm online.
whenever there's a thread about Nick on 4chan, people always post a pic. It's easy enough to find. Well, I never really go on 4chan at all.
I'm trying to get on Cozy TV. Can I list you as a reference?
That's probably why.
Yeah. Let's go.
I think you need to talk to the main guy.
I did.
And what he said.
He said we'll see.
Oh yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, I got 2 references now.
Who's the other baby?
Baked Alaska.
Oh, okay. Well, Tyler Russell. He's here.
Where'd he go?
You like a Twitch stream or something?
Yeah, I'm on Cozy TV.
Hey.
Or what? Is this for Dan?
No, I don't think so.
Wait, what's your username?
Wooza.
Let's go!
That's for Dan. You see the fingernails? Oh, it's not for Dan. I thought you were someone else. My bad, dude. But thanks for coming.
Exactly.
You're a great
Only
patron.
on the local level. They don't go any further than that.
There's only 5.
What's going on, boys? What's going on, stream?
Can I put you as a reference on Cozy TV?
Republican, Democrat, Green,
Absolutely, absolutely.
Exactly.
On the Super Chat. Let's go.
Yo. That's 3 references.
3 whole references. Let's go, dude.
Because they're just not, the main.
What?
And like the worst part is.
What do you think about Megan?
Oh, Megan?
Yeah, she's from Canada.
Who's Megan?
She's on It's a new character in the Yoba universe.
Okay, I have not seen Megan yet. So I don't know.
She's from Canada. I think she's here on like a 6-month student visa.
Okay, interesting. Well, I'll have to look up Megan, I guess. I don't know her.
Mini JB.
This guy?
Mini JB.
Jordan B videos.
God bless. What's up, folks? Thank you.
Thank you for showing up sober to this one.
It's growing back. You got
I
like the
came
laser
as sober as I possibly could, which is saying something because I've been up since 8:30 yesterday.
Awesome.
And I'm here to support the cause.
PM or AM?
PM, brother, PM.
PM, awesome.
And I still got to go to work tonight, so I'm fine. I know,
That's crazy. Well, thank you for being a great patriot and supporting the movement.
Definitely, man.
We gotta keep dissenting politically out here.
Thank you. God bless. Christ is King and America first, everybody.
What's up, chat? It's hard to see here. We got lots of viewers going.
Wait, I just unlocked Cozy TV.
Are you gonna get hey, disavow Kyle Frank.
No, I'm not doing the whole disavow game. Every time that I come on your stream, you're asking me to disavow somebody.
It's only that one guy. You're changing the subject.
There's one right there. About that.
It's an old lady that's like...
Oh yeah. This gives me permission to film cop cars.
What does it say?
And ambulances.
Yoba, you got a Yoba News press pass?
Yeah.
That's base. Love it.
Why don't you fucking catch us a roof from the next one?
All right, chat. What should I do next?
Have you pressed that?
Yeah.
I know I fucking caught it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it sucked for
Actually,
a bit.
I do believe in it too, but it's really not.
It is real. I did work in
All right, what else we got?
You know, at this point, dude, like, I've only had bad experiences with Hopkinson, so at this point, I might have to go to Boston. Yeah, just pick some bitch off the
My
bar.
mom was trying to plan to give me a dowry. I mean, paying dowry to get a wife.
What's good, Uzi? How you been, big guy?
Good to see you, bro.
It's been a minute. How you been?
Awesome.
You having fun? How you liking New York, bro?
I'm streaming.
I would
Oh,
straight
shit,
up do
you
that.
are?
Bro, dude,
Yeah,
it's
what's
a guaranteed,
good?
like,
Shout out
version,
Uzi
guaranteed
gang.
version,
We
like,
love you
fucking
guys.
18 years
This
old.
guy's a real patriot.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
I'll throw 30 grand for a fucking straight up good one.
Saved my life.
All right, well,
Fucking, I
Get
wish
a Mercedes Benz.
Yeah.
Like a BMW
Yeah.
328i.
Yeah, you took about on the beach today.
I need, bro. You let me know. You let me know where to fucking dish it out. I'll pick one up. I'll pick up a few, bro. Let's all get married the same day. Yeah. Oh, he did that. Oh, nice, man.
What the?
He's like an older dude too.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yo, what's up, Wooza? What's up? We're chilling with the homies.
Where's the shoe?
I didn't want to be disrespectful, so I just cut it.
Oh, you can just scam. I just scam. That's what I do.
I didn't want to scam. I don't like scam. They already say. I get a big fucking speaker, dude. I got JBL Flip 5, and then I got this big speaker, and I blast just like any dono straight up, and they're like, volume scam, dude. And I'm just like, fucking, what are you talking about?
You gotta put it like here.
I do put it here, dude.
You gotta get like a regular size speaker.
I gotta get the Wonder Boom.
And then you can lift it up so they hear it, and it's
Like a
loud.
JBL Go 3.
It's all the way up.
Go?
Like Go 3. It's
Awesome.
like
What else should I do?
Oh yeah. I'm gonna get some.
You're just running the speaker through Bluetooth.
I think I'm out of stuff to do.
Dude,
I think I'm out of stuff to do.
Damn, looks like Uzi's running out of content here, so.
Oh yeah.
I'm out of stuff to do. I'm out of stuff to do. There's nothing else to do. Wait, there's one more thing to do.
Because everybody follows like the fucking music guy for us.
Oh, not this lady.
Is that a pit bull?
Well, sure. I don't know what she is.
Well, unlike the vaccine, if someone gets bit by a pit bull, you'll be held liable.
True.
Yeah.
True.
That's
yeah.
crazy.
Sad.
But the vaccine, they don't get held liable.
No, I didn't know that.
That's crazy. Awesome.
No.
All right.
We were at the fucking crate stand.
Candid. Hey, candid. We're candid. Candid shots. Candid shots all day, baby.
I was like, yeah, bro, what are you?
All right. I think that's all there is to do. I think that's all that's left to do. I think that's all there's left. Nothing else left to do, kind of. Should I keep it going? I could get another donut, feed more turkeys. Where's the donut guy? Where's the donut guy? Where's the homie with the donuts? I kind of gave that guy a box of donuts, and he kind of, yo, what's up, bro?
How's it going, man?
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Thanks for...
You're doing the IRL stuff, ain't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of awesome. Fuck is that lady right there?
The Chinese lady? This one? I think she's with the fake news. Are you with the fake news or the real news? Excuse me. Independent journalism, are you with the fake news or the real news? Excuse me? I'm an independent journalist. Real news or fake news? Which is it?
Alright, that lady's definitely a Fed, bro.
I'm an independent journalist.
She's all right, man.
Is she with the real news or the fake news?
Well, it depends what you call it, but
that means
all right.
fake news.
Alright, boomer.
Fake news!
Why me? Why don't you yell at these people?
Alright.
Dude, that Fed, bro.
What else we got? What else can we do? Where's the guy with the donuts? Did they really fence it off? What is this? No way. Oh. I thought they fenced it off that I couldn't feed the turkeys. Is that what people want to see? What else is there left to do? Turkeys. Turkeys. I think it's over. I think the stream's over. Press journals. Of course. Of course. Press the fake news. Who are we texting?
Fed confirmed. Yeah, that was definitely
I mean, if they were with the real
some fake news
it'd be a
going on
problem.
there, or else she
were with the real
she
news,
wouldn't
it would be a
have
problem.
freaked out.
Freedom News TV. Freedom News TV. What? Did you say something to me? Did you say something to me? Oh, I thought you said something to me. That's crazy. These are real turkeys. Talk to Nick again and pretend the last encounter didn't happen and ask the same questions. Interesting. Yo.
Yo, you trying to take a turkey home for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, will you grab one for me?
I don't know, man. They look kind of.
They won't
Let 'em
mind.
eat right now. Let 'em chill.
They won't mind. They'll be
Wow,
cool.
they're very used to us.
They'll be cool.
I guess that's their job.
Gobble gobble. Stop texting me, Corinne.
See you, Weezer.
Yo, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright, what else can we do? What else can we do? Double on. Double on. Expose. Scooter. Expose Scooter.
Yeah, we take them before.
What did Scooter do? Hold up. Scooter. Scooter uses her footage to get us arrested. Okay, interesting. Who is it? Culture war criminal? Content?
Looks like someone's being kicked out or something.
Look, we can all have a conversation here, right?
Who is that?
We can all agree on diabetes type 2. Let's go!
Who is this?
You know, Nickelodeon Fuentes is a good guy. We all agree on that, right? We all agree on that, right? You're racist. Yeah, the guy that's supporting
What?
the guy who actually had an interview with Milo.
You guys are fat! 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 Oh, he's on optical! Bad optics! Boo!
You guys are gay.
You are gay and fat! You are gay! Nick Fuentes is base. You are a homosexual! You are gay! Agitator! You suck! Boo! Fat!
I look like that.
What else we got? Scooter has been using footage to get us arrested. No worries. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Scooter. Did Scooter leave? Hey. Look at his face.
Yeah, probably. Yo, I gotta show you something.
Yeah?
You're gonna like it. Feel free
A
to
gift?
wear it as a cape. Yeah.
A gift?
Now we got a Trump 1 flag.
Got a gift?
Yeah.
Who is that? I'm not sure. I don't know what was going on. He's probably said something dumb, but I'm not sure who it is.
Yeah. And what is the meaning of this? What does it mean?
What does it mean?
Yeah.
Well, we got our awesome symbol right here, but we got the cross for Christ. The red represents the blood shed from Christ. The white represents the purity of Christ's soul. And the blue represents our hope. All yours, Loser.
This is a gift from me.
It's a gift, man. I see you with the cape. I'm like, it's perfect.
He's talking like a wizard.
This is awesome. Thank you.
God bless you. Doing God's work.
Thank you.
I thought he was
Good God.
Is he? I thought he was. I think he's cute with
Yo, who is that guy? A leftist or a Wignut? He's a Wignut. The Wignut?
I'm going to press. No, Scooter, not the guy. I don't care about the guy. Excuse me, Scooter. Have you been using footage to get us arrested? That's messed up. We're here to support freedom. Freedom News TV.
Wait, what happened?
What am I
with
doing?
I know.
Freedom of speech. You're touching me. You're touching me. This is technically. I'm not following the guy. I don't care about him. He's stupid.
So why
He's
don't
bad
that way?
optics.
Look at-
No, I'm talking to Scooter, who Corinne said. Do you know Corinne?
No.
Corinne said that you use your footage to get us arrested.
Corinne said that. You should double ask her.
Corinne?
Because there's no way she would have said that. Absolutely no way. I don't know.
I'm texting Corinne
Damn,
right
who
now.
would have thought Blanc Roy
She
was
was
a
at my
fed,
house.
bro?
She was in the house on Yoba TV. We did cooking streams.
What's up? They said you're game press.
What?
Okay, I found him.
Huh? I'm good.
I found him.
Who's calling? Is that Crow, bro?
No, that was Corinne.
Yeah, Corinne.
She's
She
saying
was
that
texting me.
that was
No,
based
she told me
on
to
the
go
footage.
press that lady.
Oh, yeah.
That was funny. I was like, Corinne's saying you're using footage to get us arrested. And she was like, Corinne said that?
Oh, no.
All right. I'm kind of ready to go.
My bad. I am sorry. I won't say it no more, mommy.
Did you talk to Nick?
No, I didn't talk to him. I was trying to troll that guy that
Talk
was
to
there.
Nick. You gotta.
What? You meet Fuentes?
I've met him like fucking 10 times.
All right, cool, yeah.
Go meet Nick.
Where's she at?
He's over there. Let's go.
Getting footage of psychotics.
Paparazzi. Yo, Jaden. Hi. What kind of gum we chewing? Watermelon. Let's go. Nick Fuentes. Wait. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Psychotic.
I've heard about you. Yeah, thank you, dude. I watch your show all the time.
Hey, thanks,
You're a fucking man, yo.
Thank you.
I love your shit.
I like your shirt.
Oh, thank you. I tried to order yours, but my car kept fucking.
Oh yeah, we just got kicked off our payment process.
Oh, that's probably yeah. So I was trying to get my merch and stuff, but I was like,
we're gonna have them at the rally.
oh, you know I'm gonna get it, dude. You know I'm getting it, dude. Well, yo, brother, I just want to say, man, I always appreciate the work. I've been watching you since the Nick the Knife debates. And
Oh,
shit, you know
yeah,
what I mean?
that's
So I've been watching you merch them up on stream, and keep on doing your thing, bro.
Thank you, man. You too.
We're gonna have him at the Yoba house.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Down in Florida?
We're gonna collab.
That would be a good addition.
We gotta have a little fun, you know. Bring the flavor. We gotta bring the flavor.
Oh, yeah,
you know what I
the
mean?
Content Kitchen. We
That's
got
right. That's right.
spices.
Anyway, man, you take care. You be good, all right?
Wow.
Heck yeah. Let's go.
Alright. I gotta keep it rolling because those journalists are pressing me
I
back
was like, I
now.
want to be respectful and stuff. You know what I mean? So I was like, whatever.
Did you get the speech at least?
Yeah, I got some of the speech and stuff like that.
I'll watch both of your streams.
Heck yeah, bro.
So-
Right on Saturday?
Unfortunately, I can't. Boy Scout stream.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
I was hoping.
You fat piece of shit!
You are bad optics! You are a wignat! You are unoptical! Screw you! You're a slob, you're disgusting, you're rude, you're a homosexual, and a neo-Nazi! You can't be in here! Yeah, get him, cops! Back to blue! Let's go! All right, what else we got? More wingers. ZYK-OTIK.
ZYK-OTIK. We're
Dude,
here.
you met
ready
Nick.
To play. I met him. Let's go.
Oh, here, in the sun. What's your reactions to meeting Nick? Is he kind? Is he nice?
Very kind, very nice. He's the man. He's got the message, and he's got Christ behind him. So we're all in the good. We're all on the gravy train, baby.
And he's very kind and nice, easy to get along with. And what are your thoughts? You talk to him, and it's like he's the same as he is on the streams.
Yes, pretty much.
He's like the same guy.
Yep.
That's how you
we're
know
out here.
that-
We're showing love. We got the homies out, mobbing deep. Let's go. And I see everybody. If you can come out this Saturday, we're gonna fucking rock out. We're gonna rock out. And
Saturday.
Buy and get ratchet, as JJ would say.
Saturday. Did Karina like call you?
Yes, call. She said we can't say her name. I'm sorry, Mommy.
Oh, shoot.
We won't
Well,
say
she
her
didn't
name.
tell me not to say her name.
She told me though.
Oh, she's gonna get beat up now.
Yeah, she's gonna get beat up hard, dude.
Oh, James Worley said that you're the one who she calls Owl.
No, I'm not Owl. I'm not Owl. She calls me Psycholalek. She can't even pronounce my name. She goes Psycholalek.
So she says Z.
Oh, she does?
She calls you Z.
Yeah. I'm not the Owl. I'll bring Owl for you, though.
What else we got? To do it?
I don't want to be on there because I didn't do mine.
What do you mean? Just wake up.
And I didn't. I have a new phone now. It's not.
All right, so what do you guys want? You guys want me to keep streaming this or go back to the trial? Because it doesn't seem like much else is gonna happen here.
Yeah, I'm a streamer.
Well, it's whatever you guys
I'm on
want.
IP2. We're looking for more IRL streamers.
Yeah.
How comfortable are you approaching strangers?
Very.
Oh, perfect. So you can just
What is this? Is this an iPhone? Oh, this is an iPhone. You
This
just
is
said.
Samsung Galaxy S20
Oh, it is awesome.
Ultra.
I'm into
Ultra.
Androids. I hate Apple.
Oh yeah.
I returned Apple. It was burning my fingers. Isn't that weird? It must have been defective, or I'm defective. I don't know.
We'll never find out.
I'm one of Nick's stalkers. Not really.
You want to say hello?
No. I don't want to be on.
Come on.
No, you respect that of people.
Come
right?
on.
No.
Sometimes.
I'm trying to think of your name. I've forgotten it for the moment. I know how important you are to the movement. You know. I'm trying to think.
Are you blonde, Groiper?
No, there's a blonde group. No.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Are you single?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
That's why I'm here.
How long are you going to be in New York?
I live in New York, unfortunately.
Ash Ketchum says, can we go back to Rittenhouse? Peppy's group says Wooza. I don't know. You guys are the only two people who said something, so it's like a split decision right
He's never
now.
there. He lives with his Asian girlfriend in Flushing, Queens.
Cause I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Maybe something else would happen here, and obviously,
Yeah.
I don't think anyone else is streaming this whole thing and gonna keep it up. I don't think Wooza keeps up his streams on YouTube, so. But it's not like there's anything happening. So. And the Rittenhouse thing is probably still gonna go on for a few more hours.
Oh, we saved it. We saved it. We saved it. My phone,
Ash Ketchum says I'm cool. Yeah, I'm gonna switch it out to Rittenhouse in a minute. Hold up.
keys to an empty apartment. So keys to an empty apartment, that's an invitation, right?
It is if you got, yeah, as long as I don't get raped. But
Of course. Hey. Oh wait.
She'll get raped.
No, of course not. You'll get raped. Of course not. You'll get raped.
Good call to stay here. I don't know. I don't know.
too bad.
Look, I have some people saying they want to stay, some people saying they want to leave.
No, I really am.
Girls can't be incels.
I really am.
No, come on.
Hold up, I might as if I put up a poll, do I have to get rid of this poll? Yeah, I think I do. So.
See, that's why I don't even wear makeup anymore because I've stopped trying. Just that.
That's crazy. But if we go to your apartment, then we can't stream because you don't want to be on it.
I'll let you stream.
Oh, hey, She said we could go to her apartment.
It's not really mine, but I have access.
Come on, friend Jaden. We're a pretty wild bunch. You know, we love Christ. We love Christ and God, but we're kind of, you know.
Yo, who's it trying to like pick up right now?
And I'm trying to graduate to marriage. So I'm an incel, vile cell, and then there's another word, but I'm gonna keep it clean here. You know, I mean, there's another word.
He said it earlier.
I said it earlier.
People say that they're vol-cell for a time, and then they graduate.
Explode. It's until
No, then it's usually the other way.
Yes, graduate.
Cruz says Vin has all over the place. This is exclusive content.
Incel, and then you harvest your energy, and now you're
Who's going to the crack house? Yeah, I don't know who he's talking to. I wasn't looking for a minute, so I couldn't see
So far, I've been exploding.
Couldn't see a lady's face or anything.
Yeah.
No, we're like completely like just powerful, just straight powerful, wrong, like just goodness, you know, straight real goodness.
Get her address.
Yeah. Oh no, we can't get it. Well,
she said we
if you want, I can take you out to some coffee so you can interview me.
I'm really here for Nick.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No, she's single.
Oh,
She said I'm really here for
He's
Nick.
my fantasy boyfriend.
Oh, I got you. If you have a real boyfriend, just call me.
My family thinks I need, like, they question my mental stability.
Oh, it happens to me all the time.
Right?
Don't worry.
No, I think they're right.
Oh.
Don't you?
Well, you know
think
what?
they're right
If
on
being
crazy.
We got surrounded by nervous about that, dude. What are you doing fighting with all those guys?
Well, this is literally the capital of like facts nowadays.
Yeah, how many viewers do you have?
I had a question, but I forgot what it was. Oh, are you an incel?
Yes. No, I'm an ally.
Not an incel?
I'm a true cell.
True cell. Can you tell us more about what that means?
Nick says I'm too Chad to be an incel. I would say I am, but he says I can't take it. He says he's too tall. He says I'm too tall.
You like a born again incel?
No, he's just saying that I'm. He claims I'm a Chad. I don't think that's true.
I'm a born again incel.
I've heard. Yeah. What is it? 2018. I don't know. You should tell him about the garlic pills. Who's the worst cameraman? For real. How does that make you feel?
I'm good.
Just kidding.
How many views? Literally went out there and bought a one-way?
Anyways, we're trying to have a conversation, Wooza.
I have 146 people on YouTube, and I don't know if that's TV. I don't know.
We're trying to have a conversation about you doxing
You're welcome. You don't worry.
No, they're cool. They're cool.
All right. Well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. He'll beat your ass. He'll beat your ass. I beat this guy's ass. Anyway,
let me go.
384 on Yoba. I don't believe you.
He said when he got a Twitter account, he's a comedian. He says he's trying to be funny. He is like politics aside. Oh yeah, he definitely could be a comedian. No, I know. Doyle had
we can put it on flag. I care about my bright bombs. Okay.
I was gonna tell Nick something.
Our shirt was well. Problem is, I bought a tank top, Groyper, white boy summer shirt. That took like 3 months to get in. I don't know why. I tried to buy one of the shirts. I forget which one it was. It still hasn't come in. Well, this is what happens when they shut down the fucking country. You can't get shit.
Well, send me an email.
We don't have a marker.
I'm gonna say,
protractor.
hey Nick,
We can find a marker.
what if I'm a born again incel?
No, it's not possible.
Once it's gone,
Born an incel. Born an incel.
So what am I then?
You're a Chad.
What about Jaden?
Yeah, no.
Jaden's a Chad too, and he knows it.
Awesome.
I'm a real incel.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, all good, man. Thank you for being here.
I always support you on that, Nick. I always say no.
Thank you.
He is the
Thank you. See, I appreciate
Let's
that.
go.
I've always got you back.
You do. Thank you. New York mom.
Based homeschool mom, I didn't trust her from the beginning.
Let's go. You know what's up. It's a mother's intuition.
Yo. Who's up? Huh? No freaking way, dude. Yo.
What's good, bro?
Yo.
What's good?
Yo.
What's good, homie?
Wow.
brother?
Wow, brother man, look who it is. We got the crew.
Yeah, it's good to see you again,
wow.
Bro. Grandma's favorite ex-tweaker.
Ex-tweaker.
Yes, sir. We got 3 days sober, okay? 3 days sober, bro.
What, from what?
From everything.
From everything.
Everything. Except for marijuana.
Okay.
We stoned as hell. Meet me in the bag when you're ready to smoke.
Will do. Nick Fuentes is here.
I want to press him. I want to press him. Should I not do that? Would Big get mad at me if I press him?
Can we use your mace?
I'll do a soft press. I'll soft press.
On Nick?
We're gonna mace him.
Nah, we're not macing. We're not gonna mace him. Maybe a little bit. JJ's the master of the soft.
You're gonna mace Nick.
A little bit. Just a little bit.
Well, hell yeah, I'm glad you boys are out, dude. Hell yeah, man.
I like the swag.
It's a pleasure.
Looking fresh, boy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tree on me too.
You too.
Thank you. Thanks.
Oh, is it from me or
Are
is
you
it
hot
from
out
other
here?
stuff?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
It's t-shirt
Oh, is it
weather.
the guy that we met in the city?
What?
Oh, not
Awesome.
that guy. Okay.
We got everybody.
Oh, I got that.
This is crazy.
Oh,
This is
yeah.
crazy. We got everybody.
I know later.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. What's up? Who's
We got the crew.
We got the crew over here. We're chilling.
So what's your guys' plan? Like, how long are you in New York for?
He's got his chance.
I'm riding back. Are you riding back to Florida?
I wanted to talk to you about Florida. I'm trying to bring JJ down, but he has like some court shit to deal with. So I want to get everything behind.
Go to the website.
He did nothing wrong.
He didn't do nothing.
He did nothing.
Because if you got visitors, I'll come over and
I'll
visit
give
you.
you the
Awesome.
address before I leave.
Yeah.
I'll get the address and then I'll send it to you, man.
Yo, I'll straight up come visit you. Is it around here?
Hey.
It doesn't matter. Anywhere
Yeah,
in Florida,
I
I'll
don't
come
know,
through.
yeah.
I'll come through over there, dude.
Can he come to Florida with us?
Yeah, dude.
No, so I want to talk to you about like scheduling with Florida because I want JJ to come down with us.
Yeah.
But he has like court shit to deal with, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So if we could like align everything to work around that.
Yeah, man, we can work it out all the time. You know me, man. I'm always open.
But yeah, in my defense, like Dominican.
We're gonna go skate over and face in this place.
You gonna skate? I got my skate.
I heard you speaking about
We'll be right
Russians
back.
earlier.
Oh yeah, they're crazy. They're born with a death wish. They're born with a death wish. Because they come out the womb drinking fucking vodka. They fucking live the fast life. You know what I mean?
That was quite a claim you made
You know
there.
what? I'm one to talk, dude. I have some Slavic genes, so I can say, you know.
You guys are a bit on the alcohol as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But the Russians, they're crazy. They proved themselves in the Soviet War a couple of times.
Okay.
Mass casualties, but they get the job done, I guess. Right? You know.
Have you made some new girlfriends since I've been gone?
There's that one Chinese lady. She invited
You
us to
have?
the apartment. We're gonna gangbang.
Hello, I'm Andrew. How are you? Nice to meet you, man.
Where the hell is she?
She's over there. Oh, she's like in the crowd
Can
somewhere.
you tell us about your outfit?
The outfit, we are Flower Boy today, and it's a statement against the gay First Americas. They are gay First Americas, guys, and we need our respect as well, guys. I know you're looking at me crazy, but that's why I got the flowers on, guys, all right?
The indigenous homosexual.
You know, boots, because we got to fit in with everyone, because we're all sheep, right? We all have to believe in the same thing, all right? We're all sheep, we all wear boots. Okay? And that's pretty much my get-up right now.
Awesome.
You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
What is that? See, that's, but I'd rather just have sex with the sheep and then I eat its carcass later.
I seen him do it. I seen him.
Yeah, I do. Nah, I'm just joking, bro. I'm Grandma's favorite ex-tweaker. So yeah, we all
wanna
know
know
30 days. And
You guys are pressing me for like being silent.
Oh, yeah, he's just JJ. He's just JJ.
It's JJ.
Being silent.
He's with us, guys. Yeah.
He's
Fucking off.
What's
wrong with that?
Something's wrong with it.
No, this is my boys. These are my friends.
He's fucking being weird, so that's what's fucking wrong with it.
What's weird about
They were asking questions, and I was inclined to silence.
Ash Ketchum says, Wooz is kind of degenerate in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know.
Nick Fuentes is like,
Martin the Clients, what the
freaking
fuck
get
is this
clocked or
guy's
something.
deal?
You can have autism, bro.
Right, you're fine.
Yeah, we're just exchanging presences, as one might say, and then they're pressing my friend. That's not cool.
No, it's not.
He's being an aggressor.
It's just like it's like the other anti-vax rally.
You got pressed for standing. That's not illegal to stand silent. There's nothing wrong with that.
You're right.
They think they're tough because they're all in a big fucking.
No, we're good. We're good. Everybody's cool. Everybody's chilling. Everybody's chilling.
They're all looking at us.
Yo, JJ. Fuck these goons, bro. Goombas. Fucking goobas.
Yeah, I gotta be over there.
He's good. He's JJ.
He's JJ.
You can't hate JJ.
They're all
He's
looking
King
at him.
Pharaoh JJ,
King
bro.
Pharaoh. Shout out to Pharaoh.
He's king.
Christ is, yeah, that's right, dude. Christ is king. That's right.
What else? Oh, we got an ass.
I can't take you guys anywhere, dude.
5 man. We're rambunctious, bro. We get a little rambunctious.
Is it real that you're going to rehab?
Yeah, I'm leaving this evening, and
Really?
I'll be near you. So if you're ever bored and want to visit someone in rehab, I will be at one. You know, if you can send me nudes, sneak me in like Playboys and like penthouses.
Dude, what is wrong with these people, man?
Like, they take your phone, so I can't jack off in there.
I'm like, what is going on?
Yeah, please sneak me in some Playboys.
That's very good to hear.
Yeah, man, it's awesome. I'm feeling better, dude. Like,
Yeah.
streaming's a little more difficult, but I'm working on it, man.
It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard, dude.
It's hard, man. Now you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it.
Me and Bake Alaska have to do it.
Yeah, it's
So
terrible.
You gotta have the courage yourself.
I don't even know how to hold my arms. I'm like, I'm all over the place. I don't even. Usually when I'm drunk, I'm just like chilling. You know what I mean? Let's go. But yeah, you should just always do the arm thing if you ever don't know what to do. Yeah.
So it is real. Awesome. Very happy.
Yeah, man, I'm happy too.
This
dude.
is good
Thank
to
you.
hear. This is good news.
Yeah, man. And I apologize for all the drinking rages in the past. You know what I mean?
I mean, you had a meltdown. That's fine.
Yeah, but I'll have
That's
to
how
do
it
a ninth
goes.
step one day. I'll have to apologize to everyone that I've wronged IRL.
I accept your apology.
It's like 1,000 fucking people.
Don't
So,
worry, everybody loves you, dude.
bro, that's a lot of people to apologize to for all of IRL shit.
You know what? You do your thing. You come back better, and that'll be any apology anybody needs. You know what I mean? Because you'll see, dude. You're gonna fucking lift off, dude. You'll see. Don't worry, man. Everything's gonna be
We're
right
gonna
with
be
you.
the next Danny Mullins.
Yes.
Let's
yes.
go.
I don't know who that is, but I like the sound of that.
I like the sound of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
What else?
You guys want to? Hey, Uzo, we're talking about going doing some Staten Island IRL.
Yeah.
You want to go?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Are we gonna bounce out of here?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say goodbye to Jaden because he was cool.
Jaden? Well, they want me to tell you I'm the wrong person to ask for jerk-off material because I'm no fap, okay?
Yeah, but you can buy it and just put a bag over it.
All
so you
right,
can't
I'm
see
starting
it.
to
You know what I mean?
We're,
thinking about switching this out. What? And the stream's like lagging right now.
Buy it and just put a bag over it so you can't see it. You know what I mean?
we're,
All right, the stream died, so I'm not even gonna wait for that to come back because nothing's going on and it's kind of weird. So I'll just switch over to Kyle Rittenhouse because why
you
not?
observed when you were at the 59th Street car source. Fair enough?
Yes.
So, based on your several hours at that location, it seemed to you as though the crowd of, however you want to describe them, they've been called rioters, protesters, demonstrators, and you, things were fine. No tension, no friction, no nothing. Fair to say?
For the most part, other than Mr. Rosenbaum.
He was the only one.
That threatened, yes.
That you saw?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 18 at the 1 hour and 22 second and 22 minute and 14 second mark? please play from this point?
And militia are up there.
Yeah, we got a fire.
Where? Oh, dumpster fire?
Yeah, just a dumpster fire. Hey, it's just like the year, man.
Yeah, right? If 2020 was a blunt, it would be just a fucking stem.
It would just be stem and seed, man.
I could use a doobie right now.
All right, let's...
Morning. How's it going? Guys, what? Fuck.
Reel in. Don't cause problems when there's none here. Yeah, that's true. Just stay on your property. Otherwise, you're gonna cause. There's way too many of them there. I have to agree with her. I have to agree with her. Yeah, they shouldn't be on the street.
Hey.
They're just protecting their property. One of the guys is an asshole.
I know. I thought they were yelling at them. I was like, why?
Well, we did because they lit it on
One
fire.
of the guys losing his patience. He should go inside.
Yeah, that's what we're about to send him.
Yeah, if you guys could switch him out. Just that somebody's a loose cannon. He's got a lot of rage. He says the wrong thing. This whole crowd burns you guys alive. Protect your property. They're respecting that. Just keep it there. Dude, he's just trying to protect his property.
Do you think that looks like friction?
A little bit.
And you witnessed that, didn't you?
I didn't witness what Mr. Collette did. I didn't see that.
But you saw the reaction from the crowd, right?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't really paying much attention to that.
Would you agree with me that it seems that the crowd was reacting to members of your group going out in the street and trying to interfere with what was going on off your property?
I don't think they were happy about it.
And in fact, Kriston Harris, who made this video, specifically told you to stay on your property and not go out on the street and try and put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. Just protect your property. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so. I was just going to grab the garbage can, the dumpster that belonged to the car source that was on the car source property.
This is before you headed south towards the 63rd Street car source, right?
Yes.
This is before you decided to go down there with a fire extinguisher, correct?
Yes.
This is before you shot Mr. Rosenbaum, Mr. Huber, Mr. Grosskreutz, and at the person that was jumping over you, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that this was a crowd that would not react very favorably to you going out there and trying to put out fires or interfere with any of that stuff. You knew that, didn't you?
I didn't.
Even after that incident, you still didn't have any idea that this is a crowd that's not going to take it very well.
It seems like they were more mad at the part of him screaming what he screamed after, not putting out the fire. That's what it seemed like to me.
And he screams to them, fuck around and find out, right?
That's what he screamed to them.
After they had just tried to light a dumpster on fire, right?
Yes.
So what did you interpret that to mean?
I don't know. I didn't witness in the time. I just grabbed the dumpster a minute after and tried to pull it onto the property.
Because it seems to me he's saying, you light stuff on fire and I'm going to use my gun.
Your Honor, this.
I'll withdraw the question.
No matter what it seems to you, because you're on there.
Ask the questions and then withdraw.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what it seems to you. You can ask your questions. That's fine. Go ahead.
It was shortly after that incident that we just watched where you were interviewed by Richie McGinnis, correct?
Yes.
And you said you've never heard of him, never dealt with him before this night?
I have not.
Okay. So why did you talk to him?
He seemed like a nice guy.
Did he introduce himself as from the media?
He didn't specifically said, "Hey, I'm from the media." He was like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?"
And when you heard him ask you to do an interview, you didn't think that meant he's from the media?
No, it's not what I said. I said he didn't specifically say he was from the media.
Okay, but you assumed when he says, "I'm going to interview," that he's from the media, right?
Yes.
And did he tell you he's from the Daily Caller?
He did not.
Okay. So you didn't know what media company he worked for?
Correct.
But you agreed to have him interview you on camera, correct?
Yes.
Can we please play exhibit number 16? That one up there? Correct.
What are you doing out here? Obviously you're armed and you're in front of this business we saw burning last night, so what's up?
My job is there's somebody running around.
And what about these other folks? I see there's some other people who are armed as well. Gotcha. And then what about these guys up on the roof? Gotcha.
In that video, you indicate that you have your AR-15 to protect yourself, correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're going to run out there and treat anyone who needs medical help, correct?
Yes.
Were you going to bring the gun along when you did that?
Yes.
To defend yourself while you're treating someone?
If I needed to defend myself while treating somebody, yes.
If you didn't think there was friction with the crowd and you're out there trying to help, why did you expect there'd be any danger?
From the previous nights when I saw people being assaulted.
Were they medics being assaulted?
I don't know who they were. I know one of them was just trying to put out a fire at his business.
So you saw someone put out who was trying to put out a fire who got assaulted?
Yes.
But if you're going to help people, why would you expect anyone would try and hurt you?
I don't know. Somebody did try to hurt me, and I was helping people.
Well, you're talking about later on.
Yes.
Okay, but at this moment in time, this is before the shootings.
Yes.
This is before you cross 60th, before you deal with Rosenbaum, Huber, Grosskreutz, all that, right?
Yes.
So at this moment in time, you don't think there's a hostile crowd, you're there to help people, and yet you're going to run out there with the AR-15. I don't understand why you felt that you were going to be in danger if you're out in what you think is a friendly crowd, helping them.
I didn't say I didn't think they were hostile. I didn't think they were hostile towards us.
Okay, so they're not hostile to you and you're going to go help them. Why do you need the gun when you go out there?
I need the gun because if I had to protect myself because somebody attacked me.
Why would you think anybody would do that?
I don't know.
But you clearly planned on it. You were prepared for it. You thought it was going to happen.
No, I didn't.
That's the whole reason you brought the gun, isn't it?
I brought the gun to protect myself.
Exactly. Because you thought you personally were going to be in danger, right?
Not necessarily.
I don't understand. You said you're going to bring the gun to protect yourself. So you thought you were going to be in danger, right?
I didn't think I would be put into a situation where I would have to defend myself.
You said that the people around you on that property and the people up on the roof were there to protect you. That's what you said in the video, right?
Yes.
You meant when you go out in the crowd, they're going to protect you, right?
Watch over me, yes.
Watch over and protect you, right?
Yes.
Again, because you expected that if you go out in that crowd to try and provide medical service, you thought you were going to get attacked?
They were to watch me. They were on the roof to watch me, and if somebody was to attack me in their view, they could say, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
They've got AR-15s.
Yes.
We talked earlier about the fact that the AR-15, you can't use deadly force to protect the building, right?
Correct.
The AR-15 was to protect you, right? That's what you just said.
Not the AR-15. I said they could shout down to me and be like, "Hey, Kyle, watch out."
So they're just carrying around the AR-15s for no reason?
I don't know why they're carrying around the AR-15s.
Can we play exhibit? This is the end. At the end of this video is where you invite Mr. McGinnis to follow you and Ryan Balch, correct?
Yes.
And you invited him to do that because you want, I think you said on, when your attorney was asking you questions, that you wanted him to film you while you were out in the crowd doing your thing. Fair?
I said it was okay for him to film me.
Let's play exhibit 17, please.
So you got kind of like medics who are packing. Right? Gotcha. Upstairs certified EMT? Gotcha.
McGinnis just asked you, so you're a certified EMT, and you said yes, correct?
Yes.
That was a lie, correct?
I'm not an EMT.
You're not a certified EMT. You're not an EMT of any kind. You weren't on that night, correct?
Yes.
So you lied to him, correct?
I told him I was an EMT, but I wasn't.
And you knew you were being interviewed by someone in the media when you told that lie, didn't you?
Yes.
Please continue.
And do you work as an EMT normally? Gotcha. Well, thank you for your service. I appreciate your service.
Can we back up 10 seconds, please? And then just pause right there. We just heard a voice say something to you and Mr. Balch about people throwing rocks or something along those lines. I don't really need to know exactly what they said, but did you hear that voice?
The police officer from the Bearcat, yes.
That's what I was going to ask. That's one of the law enforcement officers in that armored vehicle that you're walking past, correct?
Yes.
And this, what we're watching in this video happens a few minutes after those same Bearcats had come to the 59th Street property and handed you some bottles of water, correct?
Yes.
And they say to you something to the effect of, "We appreciate you guys." Do you remember that?
I do.
That's when you were on the 59th Street property and you were acting like you were guarding that property, correct?
Yes.
So how did it make you feel when the police are letting you pass the lines, they're warning you about people throwing rocks, they're handing out bottles of water, they're telling you that they appreciate you? How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really care. I was thankful for the water because I had OC stuff, gas in my eyes. but I didn't really notice or care.
It didn't make you feel like they approved of what you were doing?
No.
It didn't make you feel like you're emboldened now to go out there and act on their behalf?
No.
Let's play the video here, please. Pause. You yelled something friendly. I'm not sure how many times, but you yelled friendly out.
Yes.
This is, if I can use the pointer, you are crossing on the west side of Sheridan Road. You are crossing south across 60th Street here, heading across the police line, which had barricaded across 60th and Sheridan. Fair?
Yes.
You understood at this moment that you are now entering a crowd of whatever you want to call them, protesters, demonstrators. Your attorneys called them rioters or looters or whatever. That's who you're going to now be part of. You're going to be in that crowd, right?
I was walking through. I announced myself as friendly and that I was there to help them.
Because you had to do that to warn these people that, hey, I'm on your side, right?
I told them that I was friendly.
Because if you didn't say that, you were worried they would see you as hostile, correct?
Can you re-ask your question?
Sure.
I'm trying to
Absolutely.
understand.
If you're going to go up to Dominic Black or Ryan Balch, you don't need to tell them you're friendly because they know that you're friends, right? We don't tell this to our friends.
Yeah.
We say friendly to people that aren't our friends, people that might be hostile to us, right?
Yeah, I said it to them because they were throwing rocks at me, and when I told them I was friendly, they stopped throwing rocks at us.
And to be accurate, they were throwing at the Bearcats, not at you.
Yeah.
One of them hit one of the armored vehicles and bounced off towards you and Mr. Balch, right?
Yeah.
It didn't do any damage to that armored vehicle, did it?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, can you imagine trying to harm an armored vehicle with a rock? That's pretty hard to do, right?
Yeah.
But no one was throwing rocks at you, but you were kind of in the ricochet line of fire. It's fair to say?
Yeah.
So you wanted to let these people know that, hey, I might look like I'm on the other side, but I'm really friendly. Fair?
I wasn't on any side, but...
I didn't say that. I said that you might appear to them. I mean, that was what you were worried about, right? When you said friendly? And I notice you looking over at your attorney a lot. Can you... I'm trying to ask you. When you are doing...
He's looking directly at Mr. Binger, and I'm behind him. He accused Mr. Rittenhouse of looking at his attorney. Does he want him to look at the ceiling?
Bro, I'm so tired of this guy who's asking the questions right now. Like, he's been doing it for, like, the whole time that we've been streaming this, and he's just so annoying, and he always says stupid things like that.
That the people on the other side of that street would see you as hostile. Fair?
I can't tell you how I think they would see me, but I just told them I was friendly.
And I want to make sure you understand my question, because I was asking you what you thought when you said this. You said you announced yourself as friendly because you thought to yourself at that very moment, I'm walking into a group that is hostile to me. Isn't that true?
It looked hostile. They were throwing rocks at the squad car, not the squad cars, the armored police cars.
And you felt it was necessary to tell them friendly, 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 so that they wouldn't do anything to you. Fair?
Yes.
Let's continue the video. There's a person that comes up to you carrying a skateboard. Do you see that?
I do.
And he's got some fire extinguishers slung over his shoulder?
Yes.
And he says something to you about something putting out fires, and you respond, they know. Did I understand what you said correctly there? They know?
That's what I just heard, but I don't remember that interaction very well, other than helping the guy after with the shoulder.
And that's going to come up in a second here, but when you're talking to this individual about the fire extinguishers, do you remember anything about that conversation?
It's hard to recall, but I think it was about fires, that they were putting out fires.
Okay. And when you said they know, who's they?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea what you were talking about?
I don't.
It seems to me, Mr. Rittenhouse, that this person is suggesting he's going to go put out some fires, and you're sort of assuring him that you don't need to, it's okay. Would that be a fair interpretation or no?
No.
Okay. But you don't remember what was going on?
I don't remember the conversation, what it was about, other than fires, and I don't recall it.
This is one of the guys in the group that you later got your fire extinguisher from, right?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that in a second. Let's continue. Brian, can you continue?
You good?
Hey, you got rubber bullets.
Oh, no, I just got rubber bullets. It just fucking stunk.
Little pepper boy never hurt nobody. It's a little spicy, that's all. Yeah, the salsa.
Does anybody need medical?
I think someone's got some medical weed, I'll tell you that.
Does anybody need medical?
You're walking around asking people in this crowd if they need medical. And you talked earlier about treating a couple, I don't know, somebody at the 59th Street car source, right?
Minor injuries.
Minor injuries. When you were walking around outside that property, when you're out in the street announcing what you're announcing, did anybody respond and say, yeah, I need help from you?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't recall an exact time, but somebody cut their finger open and I gave them some gauze and some bandage tape.
Was that before or after this? Do you remember?
Before.
Where physically did that happen?
I don't recall.
And was this a situation where you announced or yelled out that you could help, and then somebody said, "Yeah, I need some help"? Was that what went on in that situation?
Yes.
Okay. As you're walking along here, from this point until the end, until you shoot Rosenbaum and Huber and Grosskreutz, no one in this crowd ever says to you, "Yeah, I do need medical. Come over and help me." Correct?
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. This is the individual who accuses you of pointing your gun at them, right?
Yes.
And he says that you did so when he was on a vehicle, right?
Yes.
And in fact, he had been at the 59th Street car source location, climbing on, sitting on, jumping on one of the vehicles in that lot, hadn't he?
Not that I'm aware of. I know I heard Joanne Fiedler testify to that, but I don't remember seeing him at that location.
But he accuses you of that here.
He does.
And you tell him, basically, yeah, I did point the gun at you, right?
I shrugged it off and said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, meaning I didn't, but I just didn't want a confrontation, so I was like, I did, and walked away.
Why did you lie to him?
I didn't lie to him. I was using sarcasm.
The words you said, yeah, I did, those weren't true, were they?
We're now fighting over sarcasm. This is a murder trial.
it's hard to examine on it. Go ahead.
When you told that individual, yeah, I did point a gun at you, that wasn't true, was it?
I didn't point a gun at him.
So why did you react to him that way in that particular moment?
Bro, he literally
Thought that
just
would be the
explained.
best way to avoid conflict. I just said, yeah, I did, sarcastically, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What conflict were you trying to avoid?
Any conflict, if he would have got, like, he was accusing me of something I didn't do, so I thought the best thing the best thing to do would be to walk away instead of getting into some argument. So,
but you didn't just walk away. You said to him sarcastically, yeah, I did.
I said sarcastically, I did, and walked away.
Because you were worried about a conflict. What conflict were you worried about?
A verbal argument.
This individual is clearly expressing to you that he's unhappy because he thought you pointed your gun at him, correct?
Yes.
And you can understand why someone would be upset when you point an AR-15 at them, correct?
Yes.
You knew that even before this, right?
Yes.
In fact, back at the 59th Street car source, that crowd that you've described as not having any friction, many in that crowd got upset because they thought people in your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that?
I saw it in the videos, but I don't know what other people were doing.
I'm not saying anybody actually was. I'm saying the crowd was upset, and you knew that. You heard them complaining, correct?
Watching the videos, yes.
And even at that time, that night, you heard the crowd upset because they thought members of your group were pointing their laser pointers at them. Do you remember that from that night?
Sorta, yes or no. I remember Ryan Balch saying something like telling the people to stop pointing their lasers at people or something. I don't really remember that.
Ryan Balch was telling the people in your group to stop doing that.
The people on the roof.
Who were part of your group, right?
That were there, yes.
So you know when we're talking about laser pointers, we're talking about the sight at the end of some guns that helps almost like this, right? If somebody does this at me, you know, that could be someone pointing a gun, correct?
It could be seen as that.
And that's what the crowd was complaining about, right?
Yeah.
So you knew from that crowd incident, and you certainly knew from this incident, that when people have guns pointed at them, it can really escalate the situation, correct?
Yeah, I don't think anybody had lasers on their guns. I think...
Yeah, but let's go back to your group at 59th Street, because you actually didn't know any of those people other than Dominic and Nick Smith, right?
Yes.
You had just met Ryan Balch for the first time 3 or 4 hours before this video, right?
Yeah.
You had just met Jason Lakowski for the first time, just actually only a few minutes before this, right? Because he didn't get in until 10:45.
Correct.
So at this point in the video, I don't know, this is probably about 11:30 or so at night?
I met him about 35 minutes prior to that.
And probably had only spent, what, 10, 15 minutes at all in the same location as Jason Lakowski before you walk south?
Yes.
So, again, Jason Lakowski was someone you'd never met before that night.
Correct.
And you barely spent any time with him that night, correct?
Correct.
And of course, the people up on the roof, other than Dominic Black and Nick Smith, you didn't know any of them before that night either, correct?
I knew Dominic Black and Nick Smith, but the people on...
I misspoke their names.
Sorry.
Dominic Black and Nick Smith.
I knew those are the two people I knew on the roof.
Other than that, you didn't know anyone else before this night. Fair?
Correct.
Now, when this little interaction that we've just watched happens, you're still walking with Ryan Balch, aren't you?
I'm not. I thought I was at the time, but seeing hindsight view, I'm not.
When you decided to cross 60th with Ryan Balch, you two talked about the fact that if you get separated, to go back to the 59th Street car source, right?
I don't recall that conversation happening.
But you tried to do that, didn't you?
I did.
Because you felt like if I'm out here by myself, that's not good. I need to head back, right?
Yes.
And you also talked to Ryan Balch about the fact that when you get out into this crowd, keep your mouth shut. Don't antagonize them. Didn't Ryan talk to you about that?
No, we didn't talk about that.
So at this very moment, you're telling us you've lost track of Ryan Balch.
A little bit ahead, but around that time, yes.
Let's continue the video.
Well, yesterday and today.
Pause. You have just walked off the screen, heading east across Sheridan Road to the Ultimate gas station, correct?
Yes.
And at that point in time, you don't know where Ryan Balch is, correct?
When I stop and look around, yes.
And instead of deciding to head back at this point, you go over to Ultimate Gas and you talk to some folks over there. Fair?
I walk over to the Ultimate gas station, I walk around, and I try to see if I can find Mr. Balch.
And you couldn't do that?
No.
So then you decided to approach the police line and cross back, correct?
Yes.
Because you decided your best course of action at that point would be to return to the same group that you'd been with, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that moment in time, the police had pushed everybody south of 60th, right?
Sorta. I don't really know if there were...
Did you say south to 60th?
I said south of 60th.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back a little bit. We watched that interview with Richie McGinnis where he first comes up to you and talks to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you're standing there at the 59th Street property, aren't you?
I am.
And he talks to you about what you're going to do, and you're going to run out and help people, things like that, right?
Yes.
At that point, the police had already passed with all the Bearcats and MRAPs and armored vehicles, right?
It's what it looks like, yes.
And they had established a line on 60th and Sheridan, correct?
Yes.
And they pushed all of the protesters, demonstrators, rioters, whatever you want to call them, all of them south of 60th, correct?
I don't know if I can honestly answer all of them. I don't know. I believe there are some people still north down Sheridan and in the put across the street.
So were there, I mean, we saw a crowd earlier of lots of protesters out in the street. That group, the numbers had dwindled quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay. So after the police move everybody south of 60th, there's no more actual threat to the 59th Street car source, is there?
I don't know.
Well, at that moment in time, what imminent threats did you see to the 59th Street car source property?
I don't know.
Do you remember seeing any protesters out in the street in front of the 59th Street car source after the police pushed everybody south of 60th?
I believe there were some across the street, but not many. I can't recall completely.
And that was just 2 or 3 people, right?
I don't know how many people.
None of those people came across the street to the 59th Street car source, did they?
I don't know. If they did, I would have walked off by now.
So you didn't see them come across the street?
I did not.
Fair to say that after the police pushed everybody south of 60th, you never saw any people threatening that property, correct?
I didn't see anybody.
And your goal that night, you took it upon yourself to protect the 59th Street property, correct?
The owners asked.
Sure. But you were going to station yourself at that property to try and protect it from damage. Fair?
The car source locations, yes.
And once the police had pushed everybody south of that, there was no more danger.
At that car source location, yes.
Okay. So, why not go home at that point?
Because the police were still pushing people back, and then they were backing up, and I was still helping people provide medical first aid.
Okay, so the police had established the line at 60th, with their Bearcats at that point, right?
Yes.
And there was no indication that they were going to reverse and back up and move back north again that you saw, correct?
No, they did it earlier in the night where they did the same thing.
Right, but this is at 11:30, 11:40 at night, and they've established that, the police have established that line, and as far as you can tell, it's going to stay there, right?
I don't know.
And you talked about trying to provide medical help, but there's no one around that needs medical help at the 59th Street car source at that point, is there?
Not that I noticed.
So you don't have any purpose there anymore, do you?
Other than...
So why not go home?
Because I was going to help people with provide first aid and medical assistance.
But that wasn't the reason you were there that night. You were there that night to protect the 59th Street car source.
It was one of the reasons I was there. Part of my reasons of being there was to protect the car source properties and provide first aid and medical assistance.
So you went out in the crowd, like we see in this video, looking for anyone who needed your help.
If somebody if somebody said they need help, I would have helped them.
So why go with Ryan Balch?
Because you're safer and better in pairs when there's somebody else that's also with you.
So when you crossed 60th, you were worried about your safety?
A little bit.
Even though you think this is not a hostile crowd and you're there to help them, you were still worried about your safety. That's why you needed Balch to back you up, right?
I said I didn't think they were hostile towards me. I didn't say that they weren't a hostile crowd.
So let me rephrase my question. That's to take that into account. You didn't think this was a crowd that was hostile to you personally, and you thought you were going to help them, but yet you also felt you needed a backup, an armed former Army infantryman to protect you. Fair?
Yes.
And yet when he's gone and you can't find him, you don't immediately go back, right?
I look for him for a second, and then I think max I look for him for like 3 minutes, and then I try to go back.
And when you couldn't get back straight across the police lines, did you decide to try and go around the police lines? For example, the Ultimate gas station is here at 60th and Sheridan. Why didn't you walk down the street here and go over this way and around?
I don't know.
Why didn't you go west over this way and go around?
I don't know. I guess it was very close in time that I was heading back, that I was turned down by the police before I got the phone call from Dominic Black. So I guess I didn't have time to really think like which ways I can go around.
You knew the layout of downtown Kenosha, right? Because you said you drove that area the whole time, right?
A little bit.
So you go over to the Ultimate gas station and you spend some time talking with folks that are there who are similarly dressed as you. They've got similar clothing, similar weapon, things like that, right?
Similar weapons. I wouldn't say similarly dressed.
But you went over there because you felt that those were people doing something similar to what you were doing that night. Fair?
I thought that would be the safest spot for me to go.
Why did you think you'd be safe with those people?
Because I was alone, and they were, like I said, you're better in pairs, and I didn't want to be alone in that situation.
You didn't want to be alone out here with this crowd that we see on the screen right now.
I
right?
did not want to be alone with them.
You wanted to be with the group at Ultimate Gas that had AR-15s like you, right?
I wanted to be back at the car source where there weren't people around.
Right, and we've talked about that, but initially you go to Ultimate Gas
to look for Ryan, yes.
But you also talk to people who have AR-15s just like you, right?
I wouldn't say I talked to them. I asked, after the phone call, I asked a guy for a fire extinguisher and to come with me.
Let's play exhibit number 11. at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. This is the Corey Elijah live stream when he's in the Ultimate Gas lot. Mr. Rittenhouse, that's Ryan Balch standing there in the Ultimate Gas lot, correct?
Yes.
Let's play this video.
That's the fireworks thing. Look down there.
We just saw you run through this video, correct?
Yes.
I started this video at the 54-minute and 30-second mark. It is now paused at the 54-minute and 56-second mark. So for 26 seconds, Corey Elijah has Ryan Balch on screen, center of this video during that entire time, right?
Yes.
And you run right past where Corey Elijah is standing, right?
Yes.
And Ryan Balch is loitering there in the middle of the screen for at least 26 seconds, right?
That's what it looks like on the screen.
And your testimony is you were trying your best to find Ryan Balch at the Ultimate Gas Station at this point because you needed him to protect you?
I was looking for Ryan Balch, but I didn't notice him as I was running away, running towards car source 3.
But for 26 seconds before you start running, he's standing right there, isn't he?
Yes, and when he's standing right there, before I run with the fire extinguisher, I'm over here on the phone with Dominic Black.
How long was your phone call with Dominic Black?
About 30 seconds.
Okay, so before that, you'd been looking for Ryan Balch?
Before that, I tried to get back to the car source lot number 1.
And you'd also been looking for Ryan Balch?
Seeing if I could see him in the crowd of people.
Because you wanted a partner, a buddy, to protect you?
To protect each other, yes.
And in fact, when you borrowed that fire extinguisher, you asked someone in that group to come along with you, right?
Yes.
Because you wanted someone there to protect you when you go down and put out what you think are some fires, right?
Yes.
Because you know that you're running into a crowd that is not friendly to you, right?
No.
That's why you had to say the word friendly, 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 because you knew this was a crowd that would not see you as friendly, correct?
I screamed friendly, friendly, friendly because somebody screamed burn inside.
I'm talking about when you crossed 60th. You yelled it then.
At that time, yes, but...
And no one in the crowd is yelling burn inside or anything along those lines, are they?
Not at that time.
And you also wanted someone from that group to come along with you when you're going to go down and put out a fire because you knew full well that anyone running around like you putting fires out is going to cause a reaction in the crowd, a hostile reaction, correct?
I didn't think it would cause a negative reaction. I wanted somebody to come with me because you're better in pairs, and I thought there were other people at that car source before I got there.
Well, Dominic, if you're telling us that Dominic Black called you to run 3 blocks down the road to put out a fire at the 63rd Street car source, then you must have known at that moment that there wasn't anyone else down there, right? Why would you need to go if somebody's already down there?
Mr. Black said to me on the phone, hey, They're setting fires at the other car source. I need you to get down there and put out the fires. It must not have, I don't think it, I took it as there's not other people down there.
Why would you need to go 3 blocks down if there were already people there?
He's asking a question. This witness doesn't know the answer, whether there are people there or not.
He's told us he thought there were. So I'm probing the basis of that and his understanding at the time.
You can answer if you understand the question.
I'll repeat the question. Why would
Still,
you
Gooba says,
need
when
to
is the
run
trial
3
for the
blocks
arsonists?
down
Yeah, I
to
wonder when
63rd
that's gonna
car source
happen.
if you thought there were already people there?
I thought there were people there, but Dominic asked me to go down there. I thought that
The
was to
answer is
help put out the fires
probably
that were down
never, because
You
they always get away with
this
everything.
video that we're watching is minutes after
Maybe
you left the
after
59th
this
Street
trial,
car source,
maybe
right?
it turns out
And when you leave the 59th Street car source, you're with Ryan Balch.
Karen House
and
is
then
not
this
guilty,
reporter,
which I
Richard
believe
McGinnis.
that will be the case. Maybe
And as far as you know,
some other people will
when
actually
you
be
leave
held
59th Street
accountable.
car source, everybody in your group is still
I really
back,
doubt it though, but
right?
At the car source.
At 59th Street car
Yes.
source, everybody's still back there.
Yes.
Joanne Fiedler,
Yes.
Dustin Collette, Dominic Black, Nick Smith, Jason Lakowski, anyone else, they're all still there, right?
At that location, yes.
So none of your group is already down at 63rd Street car source, right?
The other group that showed up after we got done taking the pictures with the, I think I said 2 or 3 vans, I believe they were still down there.
And that was 2 or 3 vans of people that came out with what have been described as melee weapons, right? Like bats and clubs and things like that. Do you recall that? First of all, do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Do you remember seeing those 2 or 3 vans come to that location?
I do.
Do you remember seeing people get out of those vans?
Yes, like I saw, I think there were 6 people, they, in total.
And you saw them with weapons?
I saw them with rifles. I don't think I remember melee weapons.
They were armed, correct?
Yes.
And you believed that they were going to be the ones protecting the 63rd Street car source, correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time in the evening, had anybody told you that those folks had left the 63rd Street car source?
No.
So when you're running with this fire extinguisher, you think there's already a group that's designated to that spot that's still down there, right?
Yes.
So again, why do you feel that you needed to run 3 blocks down there with a fire extinguisher if you thought there were already people down there protecting that property?
Because Dominic called me and asked me to go help put out the fires down there.
And in that phone call, Dominic never told you that any of the members of the 59th Street group that you were part of, he never said any of them were down there at 63rd, right?
Yes.
And he never told you that the group that was supposed to be down there, he never told you anything about them, whether they were there or not there. He never mentioned that. Fair?
It didn't come up.
And you asked the people that you got the fire extinguisher from to come with you, right?
Yes.
You were looking for Ryan Balch for backup, right?
I was looking around for him, yes.
You had already tried to go back to the 59th Street location, right?
Yes.
And all of those failed.
Yes.
So then you decide to take it upon yourself to head down to 63rd Street to put out fires. Fair?
I wouldn't say that. I would say I went to go put out the fires that I was there to do. When I say protect the property, I mean by like put out fires. So I went to go put out the fires. I just believed there were people there.
And you brought your AR-15 along?
Yes.
Why?
Because it was with me already.
Yeah, but you'd taken it off earlier when you were treating someone. You gave it to Joanne Fiedler, right?
Yes.
So you know how to take it off, don't you?
Yes.
And you can make a choice on your own whether or not to go armed with it or whether to give it to the person who is the lawful owner of it on that date, Dominic Black. Correct?
I didn't take my rifle off there because there was nobody I could hand it to. And when I took it off to hand it to Joanne Fiedler, I was in a safe spot in that corner of the building where there were people protecting me at that time right there. when I went to go to the car source number 3 to put out the fires, there was nobody I could hand my rifle to that could protect me while I'm providing first aid to somebody.
But you still knew you had it.
My rifle, yes.
You still knew you had it strapped around your body.
Yes.
And you made a conscious decision to bring it along, right?
Yes.
Why? He gave an answer about how he already had it, and we go through on that. So,
Did you hear the question?
I did, but I don't really understand what.
well, was it simply that, well, I've already got it strapped on, so I might as well bring it along? Is that what you're telling us? You decided to bring along the AR-15 because, well, I've already got it? Is that your answer?
I don't think I was thinking like, hey, I'm going to take my rifle off. I wouldn't have, because there was people around that could have stolen my gun, and I didn't. I didn't take my rifle off because I was going there alone. I was going to be running there alone, and I didn't take it off because no one else was there to protect me as I was going there, so that's why I brought it.
For protection?
Yes.
You brought it along down there because you felt like you would need to protect yourself against someone else harming you, correct?
If that would have happened, I would have protected myself, but I didn't think I was going to be attacked and ambushed.
But you just said you had it for protection. What were you expecting you would need protection from?
I thought we had covered much of this before.
I'm specifically focusing in on the time period where he is heading down to the 63rd Street car source. I have not asked him about this yet, Your Honor.
Well, go ahead, but you need to pick up the pace somewhat.
When you decided to bring your AR-15 loaded with 30 rounds down to the 63rd Street car source location, what did you think you needed protection against?
I didn't really think I was going to have to protect myself.
You told us just now you brought it along for protection.
I did, but I didn't think I was going to need to protect myself.
You brought it along for protection, but you didn't think you needed protection?
Dude, it's really not that hard to understand.
I'm trying to clarify the two different answers that I think
He's not trying to clarify. He's trying to combine
Go ahead.
what he's saying,
understand the question?
and if
Not
anything,
really.
like
I asked
change
you why
it
you brought
for
the
his
gun. You
advantage.
said you needed it for protection. I said
He says he
protection
brought it
against
for
what? You said
protection,
you
but he didn't
you
think he was
needed
gonna need
protection.
to protect himself.
I'm
That's pretty
confused.
simple,
Can you help
but
me
he's trying to make it
understand
seem like he's
why you're telling us you
contradicting
needed a gun for
himself.
protection, but you didn't think you needed protection.
I brought the gun for my protection, but what I was saying is I didn't think I would have to use the gun and end up defending myself.
So you, in this video, are running.
Yes.
You run across the screen. Yes?
Yes.
And then I think you testified on direct that as you made it down the block, I don't remember exactly how you phrased it, but you stopped running and you walked for a little while. Is that right?
I jogged and walked occasionally.
Carrying the fire extinguisher and your gun.
Yes.
And you're alone at that point with no backup, right?
Yes.
And you testified that when you got down to the 63rd Street car source, you indicated that you came upon that vehicle we've been calling the Duramax. You know what vehicle I'm talking about?
I do.
And you indicated that when you got there, you walked around that vehicle and you saw a person that you now know to be Joshua Zeminski. Is that right?
I walked up to the Duramax. Yes.
You didn't know Joshua Zeminski's name at that point, correct?
No.
You hadn't taken any notice of him at all up until that moment, all night long. Fair?
Fair.
This is the first time that you see that this is a person that comes to your attention. Fair?
Yes.
And you said he had a gun in his hand.
Yes.
And you put the fire extinguisher down on the ground.
I dropped the fire extinguisher.
And then you hear or see Mr. Rosenbaum coming from behind you.
when I get to the Duramax, I step forward, and then Mr. Zeminski turns towards me, and he steps towards me. I drop the fire extinguisher, step back, and that's when I see. I go to run back towards 59th Street.
And Mr. Rosenbaum is coming.
And then that's when I notice Mr. Rosenbaum running at me, leaving me with no other, right? Mr. Zeminski in front of me with the gun. Mrs. Zeminski right there, a couple feet away, and then some other people there.
And then the chase happens. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Have you told us everything that you did when that situation just happened at the Duramax?
Yes.
Can we play the iPad, please? The iPad with the drone video. This is exhibit number 73. I don't know what are you guys going to do? Mr. Rittenhouse, this is a video that has been admitted into evidence as exhibit number 73. This is a video taken by a drone that was hovering south of 63rd at the time that you shot Mr. Rosenbaum. We're going to play the beginning of this video on the iPad, and I'm going to have Detective Howard use the pinch and zoom feature on the iPad to zoom in on the area.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this, and I'd like to be heard outside the presence of the jury.
What do you think? Perfect time for a break, don't you think? Let's take a break. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. What's up?
Your Honor.
What, excuse me, what? I think they went upstairs, though. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I don't know what the state's going to do next, but I suspect that it's something along the lines of they're going to use the iPad, and Mr. Binger was talking about pinching the screen. iPads, which are made by Apple, have artificial intelligence in them that allow things to be viewed through 3 dimensions and logarithms. Logarithms, I don't understand it all either. And it uses artificial intelligence or their logarithms to create what they believe is happening. So this isn't actually enhanced video. This is Apple's iPad programming creating what it thinks is there, not what necessarily is there. And I don't know what's going to happen, but we had this video enhanced. We have testimony regarding it, and this is one of the topics that came up. I asked my expert. I said, do you know of anything that does something like that? Because that was when Detective Antaramian testified about pinching his telephone. And that's what I was told. And that's what I think this is going. And I don't think that it's appropriate. It's wrong.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, I think everybody in this room has a smartphone, whether it's an Apple iPhone or some other device. And I think we've all taken a photograph or a video at one point or another and used the pinch to zoom in feature. This is a common part of everyone's everyday life. In the olden days, you had a photograph and a magnifying glass, right? That doesn't change the photograph. When you use a magnifying glass to look at words on a paper or a photograph, the magnifying glass doesn't change the image. It doesn't change the pixels on the paper. It doesn't change the words in the book. All it does is make them easier to see. The pinch and zoom feature on the iPad or the iPhone or an Android phone, whatever device everyone in this room has, does that exact same thing. Now, if counsel has an expert who will say that this is unreliable or distorting the image or something along those lines, even though this is something everybody in this room has done with countless videos and photos throughout the last 10 years of our lives here, this is a factor. This is a feature of everyday life in America now with smartphones. If they want to have an expert come in and say it's unreliable and you can't believe what's on that screen, they can do that. We're still in their case. And then the jury can make a decision as to whether or not pinching and zooming on an iPad or an iPhone is tampering with the video or altering the image or unreliable or shouldn't be given any weight. So if they want to make a jury question out of this, they are free to do so. We're still in their case in chief. But I don't, frankly, understand or agree with anything counsel just said. I've used my phone. I think probably you have too. I think this is something within everyone's common knowledge to pinch and zoom on a screen. And that's what's going on here. It does not change the image in any way. It just makes it like a magnifying glass.
Well, I don't know. When I put the magnifying glass up, then it's enlarging the image. It is not altering the image. What he's saying, and I think, and I know less than anyone in the room here, I'm sure, about all this stuff, but I'm hearing him to say that they're actually artificially inserting pixels into there, which is altering the object which is being portrayed. And so, you know what, I myself, when confronted with these changes in technology, what I usually do is to admit the evidence, but make sure that the finder of fact is aware of the fact that it is not the original image and the method by which it's been enhanced. You're suggesting that I should make the defense bring in an expert for it. My thought would be that actually you're the one who's offering the exhibit, so you should be in a position to offer evidence as to the fact that it is not distorting the object which is depicted.
I would submit, Your Honor, that I think it's common sense to everyone in this room that that's not what's going on here. And what counsel is saying about Apple software and logarithms and things like that is not something that people in this room are familiar with.
I thought I heard the expert say on the stand, and believe me, again, this is not something I'm familiar with, but I thought I heard the expert say that you brought down from the crime lab that in fact that there were alterations made by adding pixels. That's an alteration of the image. So I don't have any problem with it being received, but you're going to have someone testify that it's a reliable, I don't want to say mirror image, but because obviously if you insert more items into an area of space, it's going to distort what's depicted.
I think Your Honor, when the pinch and zoom maneuver is used on a screen, it actually, it almost, it takes the high resolution that we see here and it brings it into the point where the pixels are actually spread out more.
I don't. You know what? I'm not going to accept as accurate what Richards is saying, and I'm not going to accept what you're telling me. I said if you can offer somebody who's knowledgeable in these areas the document or I think you should be allowed to use the image, but this is high risk. To me, if you insert more data into an area of space, well, you're wagging your head no. Tell me where I'm wrong.
There's no proof in this record that we're doing that, Your Honor.
I didn't say there was proof of it. I said you have the burden of proof. You're the proponent of the exhibit, and you need to tell me that it's reliable.
The exhibit's already in evidence, Your Honor.
That I know.
The enhanced exhibit is not in evidence.
This is not enhancing.
Then why show it? I mean, the reason you want to show it is because it enhances the image, right? No, one at a time.
I'll say what Mr. Krause was just saying. The defense has taken videos and photos and cropped them, zoomed in on them, on many exhibits in this trial. And this is, again, like I said, the magnifying glass is not changing the image. What the expert testified to about his software program was that he uses, I think he called it AMFAR5 or something like that. It was a software program he was using to create the additional images or the exhibits that were introduced with regard to this drone video. And he talked about what that software program does. He was not talking about the common, ordinary, everyday pinch and zoom feature on the Apple. They're two different things, Your Honor, and I want to be precise about this because I don't think it's fair to equate the technical video editing software used by the crime lab with pinching and zooming on an iPhone. They're different software programs, different procedures, and I don't think it's fair to extrapolate this. Every one of those jurors is familiar with this process. This is a fundamental part of our lives nowadays. It's much like 100 years ago people used magnifying glasses. This is no different than that. And I think this is common knowledge, and I don't think I need any sort of expertise on this issue. If the defense wants to quibble with it, they have an expert who can offer testimony. But the exhibit's already in evidence. It would be no different than me putting off a photograph of it and then holding up an enlargement. I mean, we had a guy coming yesterday with Walgreens prints. I mean, this is what is done with photographs all the time. There's enlargements done in the lab. It doesn't change the pixels.
No. You know, I don't want to hear about what happened earlier in the trial that came in without objection. If you didn't object, then I didn't address it. Now, I'm not going to police this case, so everybody, anytime somebody wants to put some evidence in, I'm going to say, well, wait a minute, what about that? What about that? I have to have an objection. I get an objection, and then I rule on it. There has been no objection during this trial when either side has exploded an image or anything like that. If you'd have brought in an objection, if he'd have brought in an objection, I would have ruled on it. But to say now, well, this has already been done during the trial. I've got an objection in front of me now. He's suggesting that the amplifying the image is altering what is portrayed, the image which is portrayed, and you're giving me as a defense, it's no different from using a magnifying glass. I don't believe that, because if I take, the image is the same, and all it is doing is improving my poor old vision. Here you've got someone, to correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe the expert testified that he had inserted, or either him or the device inserted additional pixels into the image. That
different program, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know what kind of a program. I don't care what kind of a program it is. The question is the image in its virginal state?
I care about what program it is, Your Honor, because these are technical issues. Mr. Richards has just made representations with no basis whatsoever.
Can you slow down?
Absolutely.
Just stand over.
Mr. Richards has just made technical representations with no basis in this record whatsoever. He is questioning a common part of life that we use, everyone uses, every single day. The expert who testified was talking about a different software program, and it does make a difference.
I don't know.
Well, then if it's going to be an issue, let's
you're
make
the
an issue out of
proponent. I said before, I'm not going to talk about it further. You're the proponent, and you need to assure me before I let the jury speculate on it that it is a reliable method that does not distort what is depicted.
So
okay, so we're going to take a break.
I understood you correctly. We can play it now, and then we'll tie it up later.
I don't think that's what I said.
That's what I thought you said, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I did. If I said that, shame on me. I said that we're going to take a break right now, and I said before I'm going to allow this to be amplified in the way that you want, it is going to have to be shown, demonstrated to me that it's a reliable way to do it.
Then we would request an adjournment to do that now.
Well, we're not going to adjourn the case now to do that.
Well, before I am done with my cross-examination of this witness, I would like to use this video, and I will need some time to make arrangements for what you're asking. So I would ask that before I am, I would like time to do that before I'm done cross-examining this witness, because this is an important exhibit that I intend to use with
Well,
this
it
witness.
depends. Why don't you get on it right away, and maybe you can get somebody to testify on this within minutes. I don't know. So we'll take a break. Let's.
Operating system are they using on the iPad?
We can answer that question.
Do you know?
Not off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Well,
iPad market.
Okay. Let's aim for 3:20 on that clock, which is. Yeah, let's aim for 3:20.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna leave it off here because I've been here for like a very long time now. So yeah, I feel like this would probably be a good place to leave it off. Anyway, I'm not sure if this is the last day or not. If it's not, then I'll probably keep streaming the next days as well. So yeah, I guess obviously like the stream if you enjoyed. Subscribe to the channel if you're new. Check my descriptions for links to all my other social medias. Join the Discord if you want to keep up with the channel. And let's see any other things I'm missing. Obviously, check out my website. It's been up for like about a week now. And other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it. I appreciate all you guys for joining and tuning into the stream. And I'll see you guys in the next stream or video.